Chapter 84. Although the pain was unbearable, Du Xiaofu could already feel that his body was beginning to transform under the impact of the violent lightning. How could he let go of such a great opportunity? Refine the golden feathers. The lightning pool rumbled, lightning crackling as it filled the air. Du Xiaofu roared, golden light rippling all over his body, faintly flickering with runes. Amidst the golden light, it seemed to condense into the illusory image of a golden-winged rock. His entire person was like a rock playing in the pool, his arms waving about, striking the liquid, his body slamming into the lightning pool. Rumble! The lightning pool rumbled, lightning churning, incomparably violent. Amidst the unbearable pain of ordinary people, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and withstood it. His bones, meridians, and even his muscles were like fine steel in the raging flames, being tempered at a rather slow speed, becoming increasingly tough and filled with explosive power. Everything was transforming amidst the thunder and lightning. 9 days already. How can he be so strong? No one has ever been able to surpass 7 days. On the square, outside the building that resembled a pagoda, yet not a pagoda, lightning flashed. Yi Baolin stared into the building, his eyes filled with doubt. It was said that, a long time ago, an extraordinary person had appeared among the ancestors of the Sea clan, and had also entered the lightning pool to cultivate. However, he had only been in there for 7 days, and when the effects of the lightning resistance pill had completely dissipated, he could no longer resist. That was already the highest record. But now Du Xiaofu had actually entered for 9 days. The number of inconceivable things that have happened to him is really not small, Yi Zijin said softly. Yi Baolin turned to look at his beloved daughter, saying, "To be able to enter the lightning pool for 9 days is not simply inconceivable. I even suspect that in the competition between the younger generation of the 5 great clans, he had not even used his full strength. He is much stronger than we imagined. Then is it a blessing or a curse that we chose the Du clan? If the Du clan ends up..." After a long time, Yi Zijin said softly, her eyes rippling, "Roar!" Just as Yi Zijin's voice fell, a loud bestial roar rang out once again, the sound waves rolling. The power of lightning above the huge building also rippled violently, a terrifying aura spreading out. Instantly, Yi Baolin's and Yi Zijin's expressions changed greatly. Looking at the continuously flickering lightning, Yi Baolin's voice, "Yi Baolin, Lei Zhu, he can't hold on." Within the lightning pool, rolling thunder and lightning flashed, enveloping Du Xiaofu within. Du Xiaofu unceasingly used the power of thunder and lightning to temper his body, allowing the thunder and lightning to envelop him. Lala. The liquid in the lightning pool rippled. The lightning was like a silver snake as it swept towards Du Xiaofu. Once it came into contact with the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body, it would explode with a faint muffled sound, before it was directly swallowed into Du Xiaofu's body, disappearing without a trace. Although the power of lightning was strong, in the face of the faint golden light around Du Xiaofu's body, it became weaker and weaker. It was as if all the energy and lightning in the lightning pool had been completely absorbed by Du Xiaofu. Using lightning to refine his body, Du Xiaofu was definitely torturing himself. For 9 days, he had endured the bombardment of lightning, as well as the crushing pressure from the lightning pool. However, during these 9 days of perseverance, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that within his body, whether it was his meridians or his bones, they were constantly strengthening and transforming. Even the aura on his body was growing stronger and stronger. The liquid in the lightning pool also contained a huge amount of energy, which was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. It even made Du Xiaofu feel that he seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. On the 10th day, just as Du Xiaofu was enduring the pain of the lightning tribulation, feeling that his condition was getting better and better, and even faintly felt that he was about to make another breakthrough, the lightning energy within the lightning pool suddenly weakened rapidly. A moment later, the power of lightning gradually disappeared. It was as if the power of lightning and energy in the lightning pool had been completely absorbed by Du Xiaofu alone. Hula! As the power of lightning and energy dissipated, Du Xiaofu's aura, which seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough, suddenly stopped. Then his aura began to weaken. The golden light around his body fluctuated, and the transformation of the golden feathers also stopped. The lightning pool stopped fluctuating, and the flashing lightning around it also began to dissipate. Du Xiaofu had unknowingly sat cross-legged in the liquid of the lightning pool. At this moment his eyes were opened, and he stared intently at the lightning pool. Just a little more. If there was more power of lightning in the lightning pool, I'm afraid that my cultivation level and body refinement would be able to take another step forward. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with regret. From the transformation in his body and the aura on his body, he felt that if he could endure for a little longer, he should be able to take another step forward. Unfortunately, the energy in the lightning pool had already dissipated, as if it had been completely absorbed by him. You're obviously a human, but the aura on your body has the aura of a demon. Oh well, since I can't hold on for much longer, I might as well help you out a little. Suddenly, from within the lightning pool, an old but deep voice sounded. Who is it? Du Xiaofu's heart immediately went on high alert. His eyes scanned his surroundings, but he did not discover that there was a second person in the lightning pool. Boom! Just as Du Xiaofu's voice rang out, the lightning pool, which had just calmed down, began to fluctuate again. Bolts of lightning, like silver snakes, continuously shot out from all directions. The energy in the lightning pool once again overflowed, and once again rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! The energy in the lightning pool was even more violent than the previous 10 days. A huge pressure enveloped Du Xiaofu. Under the terrifying power of the lightning and crushing force, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and resisted. He felt that if the violent power of the lightning was just a little bit stronger, he would not be able to withstand it. Could it be that the rumor to continue cultivating? Du Xiaofu was stunned. He felt the changes in the lightning pool and hesitated for a moment. Then his hand seals changed, and he continued to cultivate. Sizzle! Golden light once again spread around Du Xiaofu's body. Golden runes flickered, and the surrounding lightning seemed to be attracted by something, after which it rushed towards Du Xiaofu even more violently. However, the moment these seemingly violent lightning and energy came into contact with the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body, they were like water that came into contact with a sponge and instantly disappeared within the lightning pool. Lightning danced, and the surface of the pool was boiling. Bolts of lightning, like silver snakes, began to move violently at this moment. Faintly, rumbling sounds of thunder could be heard, and they enveloped Du Xiaofu from all directions. Under the cover of this crazy lightning, Du Xiaofu's body once again formed a lightning ball. Even the golden light around his body began to be enveloped by it. At night, the entire stone city was shrouded in the darkness, causing the air to freeze for no reason. Silver-white moonlight scattered on the ground, and the fragrance of the night filled the air, weaving into a soft net that covered everything within. There was also a faint sense of oppression, as if something was about to erupt. Roar! The roar of a beast resounded throughout the stone city, and the millions of citizens of the stone city were awakened from their deep sleep. Recently, the roar of a beast had become more frequent in the stone city. The roar of a beast shook the sky, and it was filled with vicissitudes as if it had penetrated through time. For no reason, there was an indescribable sadness in one's heart. He finally can't hold on any longer. Is this his final struggle? Within the stone city, a figure stood on top of a pavilion. His eyes were filled with anticipation, as if he had been waiting for countless years. A figure stood on top of a mountain. He waved his hand and softly said, "That big shot from the Yi family should be unable to hold on any longer. Inform the Chow family of the Flowing Cloud County that the operation can begin." On a small island in the middle of a lake, an old figure stood. He gazed in the direction of the Yi family in the city and softly muttered, "It's finally here. The stone city will no longer be peaceful." Within the Du family, the king-scaled demonic tiger stood in the courtyard like a cat. It raised its head and gazed in the direction of the roar. Its eyes flickered, and there was a faint sense of anticipation and yearning. You don't need to think too much. Your bloodline is not bad, and perhaps you will be able to walk your own path in the future. There are too many people eyeing that big shot in the city. I'm afraid that in the end it will all be for naught. That level is not something that just anyone can covet. On the rattan chair, Du Tingshuan's eyes were hazy with drunkenness. He gazed at the starry sky, as if he was talking to the king-scaled demonic tiger. Then he drank a few more mouthfuls, as if he was talking to himself. Little stone city, there are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There will be a good show. As his voice faded, a snoring sound came from Du Tingshuan's throat. He had actually fallen asleep. The king-scaled demonic tiger gazed into the distance, its gaze fluctuating. Then it gently walked to the side of the rattan chair and gently fell asleep beside Du Tingshuan. Roar! Another 3 days passed. In these 3 days, the deafening roars in the city became more and more frequent. The roars were sorrowful and low, as if they were filled with unwillingness and helplessness, causing one's heart to ache for no reason. The tens of millions of citizens in the city were in a state of panic. No one knew what had happened. They were all worried that there was a beast tide invading the savage Beast Mountain range, and they were all hoping that the 5 great clans would come out and investigate. However, what was surprising was that the 5 great clans were completely silent in the face of the frequent and shocking roars. None of the clans took any action. The collective silence of the 5 great clans caused the entire stone city to feel oppressed. In the end, not many people even went out. The roars were accompanied by an invisible pressure that caused one's heart to tremble and palpitate. Roar! Another night, the roars of the beasts shook the heavens and the earth. Following the roars, the entire stone city trembled, as if there was an unimaginably terrifying thing moving. Chapter 85. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone saw that in the middle of the night where the Yi family was, there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. In the night sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Then lightning flashed, lighting up the night sky like it was daytime. The shocking thunder and lightning made people's hearts tremble. The millions of citizens in the stone city were shocked. The terrifying movement made their hair stand on end. Leizu has spent his entire life for the stone city, for the Yi family. Is he finally going to take this final step? Outside the huge building that looked like a palace but not a palace, Yi Zijin's usually cold eyes were moist. We have used all the power of the Yi family, but we can't do anything. We can't help Leizu get through this. I am useless. Yi Baolin was silent. His handsome face was dim. Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? We can act now. A figure stood on the roof of a pavilion. After waiting for countless years, his eyes were finally filled with emotions. On the peak of a mountain, a figure stood. Before the opportunity comes, the Qin family will do our best. On a small island in the middle of a lake, an old figure stood. He looked in the direction of the Yi family and muttered, "We will know the final result tomorrow. However, we don't know what will happen in the end. The Bai family can only take a gamble." Early in the morning, in the distance of the stone city, there were many green mountains. They were like the waves of the sea, surging violently and majestic. Boom! The Qin family, which had been peaceful for the past few days, finally moved. The majestic gate of the Qin family opened and the elite disciples of the Qin family stepped out. Waves of powerful auras swept out. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the same time, in the stone city, in 2 other directions, powerful auras soared into the sky. The stone city, which was originally shrouded in the morning sun, suddenly changed color. They have finally started to act. In the Du family, Du Jinwu looked into the distance with a serious expression. Du Zhixiong frowned and raised his head. Big brother, where do we go now? Du Jinwu stared at the sky. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Initially, I didn't want to participate in this. I didn't want to drag the entire clan into this. But now I have no other choice. In addition, Xiaofu is still in the lightning pool. After all, that is the territory of the Yi clan. Big brother, are you suspecting that Xiaofu hasn't come out yet and that he's actually been detained by the Yi family because you don't trust our Du family? Du Zhixiong's expression changed. I'm not sure, but no matter what, we can't escape. We have no other choice, Du Jinwu said. Du Zhixiong was silent for a moment before he said, I understand. I'll make the arrangements right away. Stone City's weather changed, and millions of citizens were shaken. Everyone could see that the peaceful Stone City was about to undergo a great change. Outside the Yi residence, the sky was filled with thick, dark clouds, causing the morning sun to be unable to penetrate through. This caused the large city to appear dark and oppressive in the early morning. Boom! On a street in front of the Yi family's main entrance square, a large number of figures appeared majestically. The dozens of people at the front were riding a type of savage beast. In the edge of the mountain range, they were all rare, golden-furred demon wolves. The golden-furred demon wolf was a type of low-level demon beast. It could be tamed into a mount, but the price was extremely high. It wasn't something an ordinary person could tame. However, the golden-furred demon wolves were the mounts of the Qin family. With dozens of them, one could see how powerful the Qin family was. Within the Qin family, there was an orderly square formation of more than 300 people. They were riding a type of beast that was even stronger than the golden-furred demon wolves, called the Gale Snow Horse. Its entire body was as white as snow, just like white jade. It was rumored that these Gale Snow Horses were extremely fast. On the backs of the Gale Snow Horses, there were people wearing armor. They held long swords in their hands. Their auras were sharp and frightening. These people in armor were obviously not from the Qin family. Experienced and knowledgeable people could tell at a glance that these were the Qi Kingdom's knights. They were the elites of the Empire's army. These people belonged to the Stone Dragon Empire and were from the flowing Cloud County. It seems that something big has happened to the Yi family. The Qin family has specially come to help. In front of the Qin family, the head of the Qin family, Qin Zongqiang, was riding a particularly large, golden-furred demon wolf. He looked at the closed gate of the Yi family and said loudly, The Yun family has also come to help the Yi family. The Bai family has also come to help the Yi family. Almost at the same time, the auras of the Yun family rushed out from both sides of the Yi family. Then, groups of cracking stone demonic bears and iron-back demonic oxen came. The rock-splitting demonic bear and the iron-back demonic cow. These two demonic beasts were not small in size. They were also low-level demonic beasts, but their speed was extremely fast. On the backs of the cracking stone demonic bears, the elite disciples of the Yun family were riding. Yun Qingsong was in the lead. Around him were experts of the Yun family, including Yun Long and Yun Hu. On the backs of many iron-back demonic oxen, the auras of the Bai family experts fluctuated. Bai Jiru still looked extremely elegant. Bai Tsai quietly stood beside him. Roar, roar, moo. The three big families came together. The golden fur demonic wolves, cracking stone demonic bears, iron-back demonic oxen, and Gale Snow Horses roared, shaking the stone city. It's really hard for you to endure for so long. A faint voice came out. The gate of the Yi family opened. Then numerous disciples of the Yi family stepped out. There were no demon beast mounts, but their auras were not below those of the three big families. Thousands of elite disciples of the Yi family neatly lined up outside the Yi family. They were calm and orderly, but their auras were inexplicably fierce. The middle of the crowd was in an uproar. A passage was opened. Then, Yi Baolin followed many experts of the Yi family. Yi Zijin was also among them. She was particularly dazzling. Qin Zongqiong's expression slightly changed. He looked at Yi Baolin and said, "City Lord, the Yi family is in trouble. We just want to help." "Ha!" Yi Baolin laughed. His laughter was filled with indifference. He was completely different from his usual amiable temperament. He looked at Qin Zongqiong and said, "Everyone knows the purpose of your visit. There is no need to pretend that you don't know. That will make you seem too hypocritical." "That's right. It's better not to be hypocritical at this time." Yun Qing-song and the cracking stone demonic bear took 2 steps forward. They looked at Yi Baolin and said, "City Lord, the Yun family is more practical. If you hand over the lightning demonic lion, your Yi family will still be the city lord of the Stone City. At that time, the lightning demonic lion's secret bone will be studied by the Yun family, by family and Yi family. What do you think? I didn't expect the Yun family to ally with the Bai family. This is really surprising." Yi Baolin's gaze fell on Baijiru. There was indeed some surprise in his eyes. Baijiru's expression was rather calm. When he heard this, he sighed slightly. There seemed to be some helplessness in his voice. He said to Yi Baolin, "Brother Yi, we have no choice. If you agree, it may be the best choice. Otherwise, the Stone City will be flooded with blood. Qin Zongqiong, what about you? The marriage alliance with the Chao family is also for today's real purpose, right?" Yi Baolin's gaze swept across the hundreds of imperial knights in the Qin family's lineup. Finally, he looked at Qin Zongqiong. "City Lord Yi, as the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. The Yi family has controlled the Stone City for so many years. It's enough. It's time to leave," Qin Zongqiong said. Yi Baolin looked at the people from the 3 great families. The indifference on his handsome face became more and more intense. In the end, he said, "It's a pity that you are not worthy. Yi Baolin, do you think that your Yi family can fight against all of us today?" Qin Zongqiong's gaze suddenly became gloomy. Boom! Just as Qin Zongqiong's voice fell, a sound suddenly came from the corner of the street. A powerful aura came over. Everyone looked over. There was a herd of Fergana horses galloping over. The aura was vast and mighty. "The Du family is here." Many people secretly moved their gazes. It was the people from the Du family, Du Jinwu, Du Jinxing, and the experts of the Du family. Even the great elder of the Du family had come. "Haha, it's really lively. Seems like I'm a bit late." On the back of the Fergana horse at the front, Du Jinwu laughed heartily. His robe fluttered in the wind. His aura was extraordinary. When the Du family and the other great families stood together outside the Yi family, Qin Zongqiong looked at Du Jinwu and asked loudly, "Du Jinwu, is your Du family really going to help the Yi family?" From the recent relationship between the Du family and the Yi family, everyone already regarded the Du family as an ally of the Yi family. The Du family was here to help the Yi family. As a citizen of the Stone City, of course I have to do something for the Stone City. I just can't bear to see the Stone City turn into a river of blood." Du Jinwu said. Although his words weren't very clear, the meaning of his words was very clear. Qiu Qingsong looked at Du Jinwu with a cold gaze. It was time to settle the score with the Du family today. "Du Jinwu, your Du family has only risen in the Stone City for a dozen years. Do you really think you can be on the same level as us? Ridiculous." "Qiu Qingsong, according to what I know, my Du family has been living in the Stone City for many generations. In terms of seniority in the Stone City, your Qiu family is nothing." "Du," Zhixiong shouted. As his voice faded, the Fergana horse under his feet raised its head and neighed. It was very domineering. "Humph, overestimating yourself. The evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear." Qiu Qingsong shouted coldly, "Brother Du, many thanks. If today's matter is settled, my Yi family will owe the Du family a big favor." Yi Baolin raised his head and nodded at Du Jinwu. His handsome face was filled with gratitude. Du Jinwu raised his head and looked at Yi Baolin. He then asked, "I wonder if my nephew Xiaofu is doing well." Yi Baolin was stunned. Then, as if he understood the meaning of Du Jinwu's words, he smiled and said, "Brother Du, don't worry. Xiaofu is doing well in the lightning pool. He has already broken the record, and there are no signs of him coming out. He probably obtained the most benefits in history. Even if today's matter didn't happen, if he left the lightning pool, he would still be safe and sound." Broken the record. In the crowd, Qiu Long, Qiu Hu, Bai Tsai, and the others heard this, and their eyes secretly fluctuated. It's time for the 6th watch. There will be new updates today. There will be a big explosion. Chapter 86. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. With these words from City Lord Yi, my Du family's trip here today was worth it. I'm ashamed, Du Jinwu smiled bitterly. He had been worried that the Yi family might have detained his nephew. Looks like he had worried too much. Haha, Brother Du is a straightforward person. How is worrying for your family being petty? Rather, you value relationships and loyalty. You're much better than some people. Yi Baolin laughed heartily. Yi Baolin, do you really think that the addition of the Du family can change anything? I'll ask you one last time. What we want, are you going to hand it over or not? Qin Zongqiang's face darkened. Rumble. Within the lightning pool, lightning flashed like silver snakes. Bolts of lightning flashed, and the rumbling of thunder resounded endlessly within the lightning pool. It was extremely shocking. In the middle of the lightning pool, there was a lightning ball wrapped in lightning. The violent power of lightning was like countless silver snakes wrapped around it, continuously surging into it. It was as if there was something terrifying within the lightning that was absorbing the shocking power of the lightning pool at this moment. This phenomenon seemed to have been going on for quite some time already. Crack, crack. As time passed, suddenly the lightning ball finally began to crack open. A figure wrapped in golden light and covered in lightning appeared within the lightning pool. At this moment, this figure was surrounded by rings of golden talisman light. Countless mysterious runes flickered within the golden light. Even in this cave that was flashing with lightning, it appeared to be glittering with golden light. A domineering and ferocious, terrifying aura spread out for no reason, enough to make 10,000 beasts tremble. In a short instant, when the golden talisman symbols arranged themselves to form the shadow of a golden winged rock, its terrifying aura reached its peak. Whoosh! Immediately after, the golden winged rock shadow seemed to be injected with life. The golden rock feathers on the shadow were all connected to the lightning within the lightning pool, absorbing the terrifying power of lightning into the shadow. Screech! The golden winged rock shadow screeched, wanting to spread its wings and soar into the sky. Its domineering ferocity was terrifying. That figure stood on top of the lightning pool. At this moment, his entire body was strangely connected to the lightning. Behind him, the shadow of a golden rock flapped its wings. At this moment, the figure felt like a human-shaped, golden-winged rock. It was domineering, powerful, and terrifying. It was like a supreme demonic beast cub that was starting to grow. Sooner or later, it would be able to soar into the heavenly realm, peerless under the heavens. Rumble. Suddenly the figure moved. His arms moved, and the golden-winged rock's shadow flapped its wings as well. It slapped the lightning pool, causing countless bolts of lightning to fly everywhere. Thunder and lightning energy surged, and countless bolts of lightning surged into the figure and into the golden rock phantom. Hulala! At this moment, half of a beast bone was revealed from the clothes of that figure. It was actually also absorbing the lightning energy in a leisurely manner. Within the entire lightning pool, the violent power of lightning was being absorbed in large amounts. In the end, it absorbed all the lightning energy in the lightning pool at a terrifying speed. Within the entire lightning pool, the lightning disappeared. The golden talisman engravings shone brighter, like the sun rising from the east. Golden feather refinement, body refinement. Within the golden talisman engravings, the figure suddenly shouted. His hand seals changed, and the shadow of the golden-winged rock behind him changed unpredictably. At one moment, It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. At the next moment, it looked like it was looking down on everyone. Then the shadow of the golden-winged rock transformed into talisman engravings. Following that, it rearranged itself and formed another shadow of the golden-winged rock. Screech! The last shadow of the golden-winged rock roared. It was as if thunder was rumbling. The mysterious talisman engravings spat out, and its aura was domineering and ferocious, the race of the golden-winged rock. I never thought that I would be able to see the aura of the golden-winged rock. And it's on a human. This is unbelievable. Within the lightning pool, a surprised voice could be heard. Then it disappeared and calmed down. Within the lightning pool, the shocking commotion began to calm down. The shadow of the golden-winged rock began to disappear. Then Du Xiaofu's figure appeared within the lightning pool. Du Xiaofu's eyes were tightly shut. His exposed skin began to glow with a dazzling golden color. The depth of this color was much stronger than before. The talisman engravings engraved on his body. One could even faintly see the silver lightning within them. Boom! Suddenly, the aura around Du Xiaofu's body fluctuated. It was as if he had been suppressing something. At this moment, he could finally release it. Hualala! As the aura around Du Xiaofu's body fluctuated, the lightning pool began to ripple once again. However, for some unknown reason, the liquid within the lightning pool had become extremely thin. Du Xiaofu stood above the lightning pool. He did not move at all. His expression was solemn. In the surrounding space, waves of strange energy spread. Finally, it surged into Du Xiaofu's body, causing a golden circle of light to spread around him. As more and more energy poured into Du Xiaofu, a vortex formed around him. Waves of energy surged violently. An aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. The aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end, when the aura reached a new height, it began to stabilize and solidify. Hua-la! The vortex gradually weakened. Then it slowly dissipated. At the same time, the golden talisman engravings around Du Xiaofu's body also fluctuated and entered his skin. Finally, they disappeared. When the aura completely stabilized, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes rippled slightly. Then he slowly opened them. Qila! The moment Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, a powerful aura swept out from his body. In his clear eyes, a dazzling golden light shot out. It was sharp and overbearing. After a moment, the golden light retracted from Du Xiaofu's eyes, causing his eyes to become deep. In the end, they slowly regained their clarity. Is this the Xiantian full circle? Feeling the changes in the spirit gate in his body, Du Xiaofu's face could not help but curl into a smile. He did not expect to successfully break through from the Xiantian Nirvana realm to the Xiantian full circle in the lightning pool. When the younger generation of the 5 great clans competed, Du Xiaofu had just broken through to the Xiantian Nirvana realm. At this moment, he was able to break through again in just 10 days. With such a breakthrough speed, how could Du Xiaofu not be satisfied? He even followed Zhen Qingquan's advice and tried his best to suppress the speed of his breakthrough. And all of this, Du Xiaofu knew that a large part of the reason was related to his physique cultivation technique. This was because the cultivation in the lightning pool this time had not only allowed him to break through from the Nirvana realm to the consummate innate realm, but his greatest gain was that he had finally completed the first level of the golden, feathered, great rocks cultivation method. He had finally completed the golden feather cultivation technique and entered the second level of bone washing and marrow cleansing. And because he had broken through to the level of tempering his golden feather in the body transformation method, in addition to the energy contained within the thunder pool, his cultivation level had taken another step forward. This was something that Du Xiaofu hadn't imagined or expected. As he felt all the changes in his body, Du Xiaofu felt that if he were to meet Chao Chi-tai again, he should be able to send him flying with a slap. In addition, he had entered the second level of bone refining and marrow cleansing, which was enough to easily trample on Chao Chi-tai. The Yi family's lightning pool was not in vain. Du Xiaofu smiled and stretched his body. Then he looked around the lightning pool and said softly, "May I ask if Senior Thunder Lion is here? I would like to thank Senior Thunder Lion." His voice reverberated in the cave, but there was no reply. The cave was extremely quiet. "How did you know that this Lion King was here?" After a short period of silence, a deep voice rang out. The old voice had a domineering aura. Upon hearing the ancient and tyrannical voice, Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered as he replied, "The lightning energy in the lightning pool originated from Senior Thunderous Lion. Since there's someone helping me, I think that other than Senior Thunderous Lion, there shouldn't be anyone else here." "Haha, human! Not only do you have talent, you are also very smart." A deep laughter rang out, but there was a faint aura of twilight. "I thank Senior Thunder Lion for his help," Du Xiaofu said to the people around the lightning pool. He could hear the voice, but he didn't know where the Thunder Lion was. He couldn't even sense its existence. "Anyway, I don't have much time left. To be able to help you at the last moment is your fate." The deep voice echoed in the lightning pool. Then it asked in a low voice, "Kid, tell me, you are clearly a human. Why do you know the cultivation techniques of the Golden Rock clan? How can a human learn the cultivation techniques of the demonic beasts?" "It's a long story. I'm afraid that I can't explain it clearly in a short time," Du Xiaofu replied. "Then tell me, it's not bad to have someone to talk to at the last moment. Moreover, it's a strange human kid who learned the cultivation techniques of the Golden Rock clan. Interesting." As the deep voice fell, under Du Xiaofu's rather surprised gaze, the stone walls of the cave rumbled and flashed with electricity. In the end, a stone door was opened. Du Xiaofu looked at the stone door. Without much hesitation, he stepped in. In the square outside the Yi clan, the atmosphere was tense. As Qin Zongqiong's voice faded, everyone who had been waiting for Yi Baolin's reply turned their gazes towards Yi Baolin. However, Yi Baolin's gaze was still cold and indifferent as he said, "I have said that you are not qualified." "Humph, a small stone city. If you don't obey, my Flowing Cloud County will trample you." Chapter 87. Within the Qin family, in front of the hundreds of knights, a burly man in armor stepped forward. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast and mighty aura surged. Countless symbols spread around his body and gathered behind his back. Finally, they transformed into a completely black wolf silhouette, as if it was alive. "Ayo!" The wolf silhouette roared, the sound waves shaking the heavens, causing the mounts of the various great families to be alarmed and want to prostrate themselves. The black flame demon wolf's vain spirit is extraordinary. Who is this person, an elite from the Flowing Cloud County? I didn't expect him to be at the perfect pulsating stage. Following this person's instantaneous attack, the elites of the various great families were shocked. A perfect pulsating stage cultivation was definitely at the top in the entire Stone City. "Let's see if your Yi family has the ability to contend against him." The burly man in armor roared loudly, his feet dashing towards Yi Baolin. It was as if he had merged with the black flame demon wolf behind him. His might was frightening and astonishing, causing one to tremble. Boom! Suddenly, the instant the burly man approached Yi Baolin, a low and deep muffled sound suddenly rang out. Under the gazes of the crowd, an energy symbol light pillar with a lightning glow violently smashed into the body of the burly man in armor. Subsequently, the crowd watched as the burly man in armor flew backwards, violently crashing into the ground. Sparks flew from the friction of his armored body on the ground, creating a deep crack in the ground. Ugh! When his body stabilized, the burly man in armor spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face filled with shock. "Who is it?" Everyone was shocked as gaze after gaze landed on the body of the burly man in armor, who was actually able to so easily heavily injure a perfect pulsating stage practitioner in one move. It was likely that this person's strength had definitely reached the pulse spirit level. Although the stone city is small, it is still not the place for outsiders to flaunt their strength. Public morals are deteriorating day by day, and the hearts of the people are no longer what they used to be. I never imagined that today someone would actually invite a wolf into the house. What a pity, what a pity! A regretful voice slowly sounded out. In the direction where the runic lightning had swept out, a rather old figure floated in the air and floated there. Everyone's gazes were tightly focused on the old figure floating in the air. It was an old man who was close to 70 years old. His hair was neatly combed into a bun, and there seemed to be faint lightning flashing around his body. A powerful pressure that far exceeded the pulsation stage level unfurled from the elderly figure like a storm. Roar! Ayo-ho! Under such pressure, in the square outside the Yi clan, the demon beast mounts of the various great clans roared and became restless. The figures of the people swayed left and right, and all of them revealed expressions of shock. Hovering in the air, that's the pulse spirit realm. Yi Guang, he's Yi Guang from the Yi clan. He's been missing for more than 20 years. It's rumored that he died long ago. Why is he here? The Yi clan has always been prepared. Other than Yi Baolin, the Yi clan also has an expert like Yi Guang. The crowd was in an uproar. To think that an expert from the Yi clan was still alive in this world, a pulse spirit realm expert, was enough to suppress everyone present. Since you're all prepared to move, come out. After waiting for so long, you must be tired, right? Yi Guang hovered in the air, not paying much attention to the members of the various great clans on the ground. Instead, his gaze swept across the surrounding air. His voice slowly spread out, but it was incomparably tyrannical and powerful. Haha, Yi Guang, you're still alive. It's good that you're not dead. It's rare for us old people to gather together. Two more voices rang out in the air above the stone city. As the voices slowly faded, two more figures appeared in the air. On the left, a tall and well-built old man in long robes stood in the air. He looked to be in his 50s, and traces of lightning aura undulated around his body. The one on the right was an old man. He looked at Yi Guang and softly muttered, "They're finally here. The stone city has been peaceful for so long. Today, it will no longer be peaceful. Bai Wei, you've also been waiting. You've even joined forces with the Lao clan. This isn't your usual style." Yi Guang looked at the old man. The latter had come from the direction of the Bai clan. "I have no choice." The old man only replied with 2 words, a somewhat helpless expression flashing across his face. "Yuan Shihong, what about you? Back then, you entered the lightning pool and received the lightning ancestors' kindness. Today, you want to repay kindness with enmity?" Yi Guang stared at the imposing old man coming from the direction of the Yi clan and asked, "Bai Wei, he's also an expert from the Bai clan who has disappeared for a long time. He's still alive in this world and has also reached the pulse spirit realm. Lao Shihong, it's said that the Yi clan member who endured 7 days in the lightning pool has already died. I never imagined that he's still alive in this world." Countless people in the stone city were drawn out. They looked at the figures hovering in the air and gasped in amazement. Every clan has their own foundations. Du Jinwu sighed. The 5 great clans of the stone city all had their own foundations. However, the Du clan had only risen for a dozen years and could not compare to the foundations of the other clans. "What do you mean by repaying kindness with enmity? The Yi clan has controlled the stone city for so long. It's time for a change of ownership." Lao Shihong's expression did not change as faint lightning flickered around his body. "Sigh." Yi Guang softly sighed and did not say anything. He looked at the sky and said once again, "Since you're here, why hide?" "Haha, what a good stone city. It's truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Looks like it's going to be lively today." As the deep laughter sounded out, a dazed figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground of the square. A terrifying pressure erupted as cracks swiftly spread out on the ground. In an instant, gales blew in the sky. It was as if all the energy in the surrounding space had gone berserk at this moment. The expressions of everyone in the square changed drastically at this moment. A middle-aged man in yellow robes landed on the square. He had a tall body, thick arms, and strong chest muscles. His entire body gave off an awe-inspiring aura. "Greetings, princess." As the man landed, hundreds of armored imperial knights on the gale snow horses dismounted and bowed. Their eyes were filled with reverence and respect. "You must be Chao Tianmeng, the princess of the flowing cloud prefecture that the Qin clan found?" In the air, Yi Guang lowered his head and asked the man in yellow robes. "The land of the flowing cloud prefecture belongs to the empire. Stone City also belongs to the empire. Today it's time for us to submit to the flowing cloud prefecture," Chao Tianmeng said in a deep voice. "Technically, you're just a junior. Stone City has existed for so long. It's not something you can touch," Yi Guang said. Chao Tianmeng's eyes darkened as he lifted his head to look at Yi Guang. He said in a deep voice, "A wise man submits to circumstances. If you submit, the Yi clan will continue to be the master of Stone City." What a clown! Stone City is not a place for outsiders to show off. Yi Guang's body trembled as the aura around him surged. "Humph, ignorant," Chao Tianmeng snorted coldly. He then looked at Yuan Shihong and Bai Wei and said, "Why don't we work together? I want half of the Thunder Demonic Lion. You two can split it equally. Otherwise, with your cultivation at the Pulse Spirit stage, you won't be able to do anything to him." Yuan Shihong and Bai Wei looked at each other from afar. Then, as if they had reached a tacit agreement, they nodded slightly. "Then let's cut the crap and start." Chao Tianmeng stared at Yi Guang, and a ferocious aura pulsed around him. An astonishing aura permeated the air, which was clearly stronger than Yuan Shihong and Bai Wei's. He had actually reached the pulse spirit level. Amidst the terrifying energy fluctuations, Chao Tianmeng stomped on the ground and pounced towards Yi Guang in the air. "Do it!" Almost at the same time, Yuan Shihong and Bai Wei formed hand seals. Vigorous, profound qi suddenly surged out from their bodies. Runes flashed and profound qi light formed behind them. "Ayo! Ku!" Behind Yuan Shihong, a giant bird shadow that was over 10 feet in size flapped its wings. It was surrounded by the aura of lightning. Behind Bai Wei, the image of a white bear roared, and a tyrannical aura rippled out. Yuan Shihong's pulse spirit is the thunder demonic eagle. Bai Wei's pulse spirit is the sky-shattering ice bear. The two of them activated their martial veins right from the start. They're going all out from the start. Yuan Shihong and Bai Wei attacked with their full strength. They knew that they had to go all out against Yi Guang, who was at the pulse spirit stage. Rumble. The three of them attacked at the same time. The wind blew, and the clouds surged. Suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The aura was soul-stirring. Terrifying energy, fluctuations spread out like a hurricane. "Humph!" Yi Guang snorted, facing the simultaneous attack of the three. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered. It was as if the energy between heaven and earth was being drawn. Above the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Rumble. In a short moment, Yi Guang had used his own strength to summon the lightning. Amidst the shocking rumbles of thunder, he instantly clashed with the three powerhouses. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the crowd could only see a few blurry figures shuttling back and forth in the air. Violent energy fluctuations spread down from the sky, causing the ground to tremble and cracks to spread. The terrifying collision in the air was not something that cultivators below the pulse spirit stage could step into. If they were affected, the consequences would not be good. "Attack!" On the ground, Yu Qingsong shouted. With a wave of his hand, the Yu family disciples directly pounced on the Yi family. Bai Jiru's eyes moved. He then nodded behind him. The Bai family experts also pounced. Kill. Qin Zongqiong waved his hand. The golden-furred, demonic wolf roared. The Qin family experts followed the hundreds of elites from the flowing Cloud County and pounced on the Yi family. The Yi family disciples have never been afraid of death. The Yi family disciples were furious. They pounced forward. Profound qi fluctuated. A great battle was about to break out. Help the Yi family and protect Stone City. Du Jinwu waved his hand. The Du family experts all joined in to help the Yi family. Du Jinwu, your Du family shouldn't exist in Stone City. Do you really think that you can be on equal footing with us after more than 10 years? Today, I'll remove your Du family from Stone City. Chapter 88. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. Chongqing Song passed through the crowd and pounced on Du Jinwu. He punched out, and with the new and old grudges, he chose to attack the Du family. Chongqing Song, you're not qualified. Du Jinwu punched out with his fist, and violent, profound energy, fluctuations spread out. When the two fists collided, the surrounding space rippled, and the surrounding ground exploded into fine powder. In a short time, Baijiru and Qin Zongqiong appeared in front of Yi Baolin. The three of them didn't say a word and instantly started fighting. I didn't expect us to fight in this situation. Bai Cai looked at Yi Zijin, and the long sword in her hand was unsheathed. I didn't expect it either. Yi Zijin held a strange long whip in her hand. She poured xianqi into it, and the long whip emitted light. Xiao xiao! For eyes met, and then two graceful figures attacked together. The long whip danced, and the sword light shot out, accompanied by runes. Rumble! The sound of fighting resounded through Stone City. The collision of energy swept across the sky like thunder, and the wind and clouds surged. Stone City has changed. I don't know if the Yi family can withstand it. Inside Stone City, countless eyes looked up at the sky in the center of Stone City. There, the four strongest people were fighting fiercely, and the sound of fighting resounded through the sky. No matter what the final result was, everyone knew that Stone City had changed. The recent suppression had begun to break out. After today, Stone City would have a huge change from the past. Stepping through the stone door, Du Xiaofu walked along a simple staircase passage and came to a huge stone room. The surroundings were piled up with blue stones, and the room was simple without any furnishings. However, when Du Xiaofu's gaze just entered the room, his pupils suddenly shrank. In his line of sight, Du Xiaofu saw a lion several meters in size. It had a majestic physique, but the skin on its body was a little loose, making it look a little old. However, Du Xiaofu felt an intense energy fluctuation and pressure from the lion's bright eyes, which made his heart palpitate and his hair stand on end. However, this uneasiness and palpitations immediately vanished from Du Xiaofu's body. The faint golden blood that flowed through his body seemed to ripple with the aura of a sovereign, completely resisting the pressure from the lion. If not for Du Xiaofu deliberately suppressing it, the aura from his bloodline would have overbearingly counterattacked. Thunder Lion. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Based on his perception and aura, he could tell that the lion in front of him was definitely the thunder demonic lion that protected the Stone City and the Yi family. It was definitely the king of the demonic beasts. What a strange human. The aura of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. How lucky. However, if the golden-winged Great Rock Clan were to find out that a human could practice their martial arts, they would hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The lion prostrated on the ground with its eyes slightly open. It spoke the language of an old man, revealing the vicissitudes of life, as if it was an old man past his prime. When a demonic beast reached the level of a beast lord, it could speak the human language. It was rumored that the Thunder Lion of the Yi family had already reached the level of a beast lord. Therefore, when he heard the lion speak the human language, Du Xiaofu was not surprised. He was only a little curious, but this curiosity was not enough to show on his face. Greetings, Senior Thunder Lion. Thank you for your help. The pressure on his body dissipated. Du Xiaofu walked into the stone room and respectfully bowed to the Thunder Lion, prostrating on the ground. It was nothing. There is no need to thank me. The Thunder Lion gently looked at Du Xiaofu, as if it was an old man looking at his own grandson. Its voice was vigorous and full of vicissitudes. It said softly, I am very curious. How did you manage to practice the martial arts of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan? I don't know. Maybe it was a coincidence. Actually, even now, I am not sure. I thought I was about to die, but when I woke up, I realized I was not dead. I could even practice the martial arts of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Du Xiaofu did not hide much from the Thunder Lion, but he also did not tell the complete truth. Yes, this is an unbelievable thing. The Thunder Lion seemed to have thought of something. After pausing for a moment, it once again looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Young man, are you not afraid of me? Du Xiaofu smiled and said, Why would I be afraid? It's just that this is the first time I've met someone of your level. I am a little nervous. Young man, you are a little special. Compared to that girl Zijin, you are much more interesting. That girl is too rigid. The Thunder Lion was like an old man. Its lion eyes actually revealed a smile. It then continued to look at Du Xiaofu and said, Have you heard of me? I have. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, I heard from my uncle that the Thunder Lion Senior has always been guarding the Stone City. In these years, the Beast Kings in the savage Beast Mountain Range did not dare to set foot in the Stone City. Those outside the Stone City who wanted to touch the Stone City did not dare to make a move. It was all because of the Thunder Lion Senior's protection. The Thunder Lion looked at Du Xiaofu. After a long time it said, There are not many people who are as nostalgic as your uncle. My uncle is a good person. He has always been open and above board. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, did your uncle tell you that I'm about to die? I can't hold on for much longer. The Thunder Lion asked Du Xiaofu. He did. Du Xiaofu looked at the lightning demonic lion and said, My uncle said that for an expert at your level, the secret bone within your body is a great treasure. So is your essence blood. Once you die, it will be enough to change the weather in the Stone City. Over the years, it seems that many people have been preparing and waiting. Whoever obtains the treasure you left behind will benefit greatly. That's right. They're all looking forward to my old bones dying. The Thunder Lion Senior lowered its head and smiled. Then what about you? Do you want my secret bones and essence blood? If you can get them, they will be of great use to you. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled as he stared blankly at the lightning demonic lion. After which, a bitter smile appeared from the corners of his mouth as he softly said, Honestly speaking, it would be a lie to say that I don't want it. The mysterious bones and essence blood in your body are enough to make countless experts go crazy. How can I reject such a temptation? However, Du Xiaofu paused for a moment. He looked at the Thunder Lion Senior and said, But I am from the Stone City. Therefore, I do not have the right to want your secret bones and essence blood. If I am not from the Stone City, I will definitely fight for them. Even if I have to use underhanded means, I will do it. Why? The Thunder Lion Senior seemed to be interested. Du Xiaofu looked at the Thunder Lion Senior and said seriously, You have protected the Stone City for so many years. The people of the Stone City have received your kindness, and I have received your kindness even more. How can I want your secret bones and essence blood? The Thunder Lion Senior stared at Du Xiaofu. After a long time, it said, You are really a strange human. I did not expect to meet a strange human like you when I am about to die. It is a pity that I can no longer protect the Stone City. Senior Thunder Lion Senior, is there no way for you to? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled as he looked at the prostrating lion. It was as if he was looking at an old man who had lived his entire life. Now that he was in his twilight years, his descendants were coveting his family fortune and waiting for him to die. But at this moment, the Thunder Lion Senior was still concerned about the Stone City. It was like an old man who had lived his whole life but was still concerned about his descendants. How sad was this? There is no other way. The Yi clan has done its best. My injuries were too serious, and I am about to die of old age. There is no way to reverse the situation. Everything will come to an end. The Thunder Lion Senior interrupted Du Xiaofu. Its eyes were very calm. Du Xiaofu quietly looked at the Thunder Lion Senior and did not know what to say. It was as if he was quietly accompanying an old man. The atmosphere was very lonely. The Thunder Lion Senior opened its mouth again and said to Du Xiaofu, "Little brat, you are very extraordinary. You are one of the two most talented people I have seen in the Stone City. Your talent is even stronger than the first one. The Golden Winged Rock is a top existence among the beasts. You practice the Golden Winged Rock clan's cultivation method. Sooner or later, you will be able to soar into the sky. But remember, before you have absolute strength, try not to expose the fact that you practice the Golden Winged Rock clan's cultivation method. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by both the humans and the Golden Winged Rock clan. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder." Du Xiaofu nodded. "Well, you have been with me for a long time. It has been a long time since someone talked to me so much. In fact, other than the one from the Yi clan, I don't really like talking to humans. Maybe it is because you have the aura of the beasts on your body, which makes me feel closer to you." The Thunder Lion Senior moved his body and looked at Du Xiaofu. "Right now, there's a river of blood outside. You should go and watch the fun. It will be good for you in the future." A river of blood? Du Xiaofu heard this and was shocked. Chi La! Before Du Xiaofu had the time to react, his eyes were suddenly wrapped by a lightning glow. It was like the entrance of a lightning space, and his body was involuntarily sucked into it. Rumble! In the square outside the Yi clan, energy collided. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds covered the sky. Ao! Roar! The roars of the beasts made people tremble. Countless residents of the Stone City looked at the sky. The shocking battlefield was filled with the smell of blood. Mournful cries echoed throughout the Stone City. Puchi, being besieged by Qin Zongqiang and by Jiru, although Yi Baolin's strength was slightly higher than the two of them, he could not withstand the combined attacks of the two. After hundreds of moves, he was finally hit by Qin Zongqiang's palm. His body flew out and blood flowed from his mouth. Chapter 89. Father! Yi Zijin, who was fighting with Baicai, saw that someone nearby was injured. Her charming face turned pale, and she hurriedly shouted. However, Baicai's sword once again wrapped around her, and the two figures continued to fight. "Master Yi, if you give up resisting, maybe you can save the Yi family today." While Baijiru was talking, he didn't hesitate to attack. He threw a punch in the air, and the runes surged. Light overflowed, and the Xian Qi swept out like a storm. "I'm afraid it's not enough." Yi Baolin shouted. His eyes were cold, and his fist fiercely collided, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Bang! Du Xiaofu's figure inexplicably appeared in the square outside the Yi family. When the bloody battle suddenly entered his eyes, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart trembled. The surrounding blood flowed like a river, and the smell of blood spread everywhere. How cruel and terrifying! Ah! There were continuous screams and wails. One figure after another fell down, and the square was dyed red with blood. Little brat, die. An imperial knight wearing armor appeared behind Du Xiaofu. A sharp sword light swept out and slashed toward the sluggish Du Xiaofu. "Xiaofu, be careful!" Du Zhixiong let out a loud roar. His well-built figure charged forward, and a fist with lightning-like momentum heavily smashed onto the body of the armored figure, directly shattering the armor on his body. His body was sent flying limply and heavily smashed onto the ground. Second uncle. Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and looked at the scene of blood flowing like a river. Many familiar Du family members fell in front of him, and his fists began to clench. All of the big families in the Stone City were involved in this. Adding on the Thunder Lion's words, Du Xiaofu immediately understood the general reason behind this. Why are you here? This place is dangerous. The Du family is involved today, and I don't know the result. No matter what, you have to quickly leave this place and leave the bloodline of the Du family. Du Zhixiong said to Du Xiaofu, No, I'm not leaving. Since the Du family is involved, I'm a member of the Du family. How can I leave? Du Xiaofu clenched his fists tighter and tighter. Looking at the many Du family disciples who were drenched in blood, his clear eyes began to turn scarlet. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly flashed out, and he instantly appeared behind the two armored burly men who were besieging Du Qi. Just as the armored burly man on the left was about to slash Du Qi's shoulder with his sword, the golden profound qi within Du Xiaofu's body surged violently, and a fist mark flashed out with a bang. Boom! Light, golden, profound energy whistled through the air like a storm, and then it smashed heavily onto the armored man's body and blasted the armored man flying. Young Master Xiaofu! Seeing Du Xiaofu suddenly appear in front of him, Du Qi broke out in a cold sweat. If that sword had landed, he would have lost an arm. Be careful. Du Xiaofu did not stop. His body was wrapped in a faint golden light, and he was like a human-shaped monster. He immediately pounced out valiantly, and wherever he passed, no one could stop him. Xiaofu! Du Zhixiong wanted to persuade Du Xiaofu, but before he could finish speaking, two figures with two powerful auras swept over. A burly man wearing armor and an elder of the Qin family pounced towards Du Zhixiong from the left and right respectively. The burly man in armor was the first to arrive with a palm strike. Bastard! Du Zhixiong let out a loud shout. Vigorous, profound qi surged out, and a fist imprint that carried a terrifying aura directly collided with the palm imprint. Boom! A terrifying, profound qi shockwave swept out, and Du Zhixiong's body trembled. He hurriedly retreated a few steps, and his fist trembled slightly. The opponent's strength had actually reached such a level. Du Zhixiong, your Du family is too inexperienced. Today, your Du family will be removed from Stone City. An elder of the Qin family instantly rushed forward and pointed a finger at Du Zhixiong. Then, he and the burly man in armor surrounded Du Zhixiong. With the strength of flowing cloud state, Qin family, Tong family, and by family, the Yi family and Du family were simply no match for them. They were completely surrounded. Puchi! The battle shook the heavens, and an old man was sent flying. He staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. The corner of his mouth was already bleeding. It was the great elder of the Du family, Du Guanyao. Du Guanyao, you're old. You can't do it anymore. As the mocking voice rang out, a 50-year-old man walked step by step towards Du Guanyao. This person was not tall and his head was bald. However, he had shoulder-length black hair on both sides of his head. It was extremely comical, but at this moment his gloomy eyes were filled with killing intent. It was enough to make one's heart turn cold. Great Elder! The purple-robed young man stepped forward and stood beside the Great Elder. Then, an incomparably domineering aura rippled outwards. Xiaofu, have you come out from the lightning pool? The Great Elder was pleasantly surprised. Then his expression changed. His old figure suddenly exploded with power and pulled Du Xiaofu behind him. He said, Quickly retreat and return to the Du family. If the Du family is defeated today, take the remaining Du family members and leave Stone City. Great Elder, I won't leave. I'll stay with you. Warmth gushed out from Du Xiaofu's heart as he looked at the staggering First Elder. However, he quickly shook his head and once again stood in front of the First Elder and said, Don't worry, after today, the Du family will still exist. Du Xiaofu, what a coincidence. The bald old man looked at Du Xiaofu, who suddenly appeared. After being stunned for a moment, he sneered. This genius of the Du family should be killed today to prevent future troubles. Xiaofu, leave quickly. Don't force yourself. This Yuluo is the great elder of the sea family. He is close to the peak of the pulsation realm. I have been in the pulsation realm for 10 years, but I haven't been able to make any progress. I can't do anything to him. Du Guangyao's eyes also showed some disappointment. Due to the limitation of his martial vein level, it was difficult for his cultivation to improve too much. Pulsation realm, Nirvana realm? Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched, but he did not leave. The pulsation realm, Nirvana realm, was even stronger than Chao Chi-Tai. Kid, you do have some skills. Unfortunately, you're not a member of the sea family. I can't let you live. The killing intent in Yu Luo's eyes spread. He stomped his foot on the ground and charged directly at Du Xiaofu. Vigorous, profound energy also swept out, causing the energy in the surroundings to surge. Then he appeared in front of Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. Swoosh! With a wave of Yu Luo's hand, a ray of light condensed. Runes rippled, and tiny cracks quietly appeared in the air in front of his finger. Accompanied by air ripples, they pierced through the air in a vicious manner, turned into lightning, and headed straight for Du Xiaofu's chest. When the lightning-like finger seal arrived, Du Xiaofu's eyes also fluctuated slightly. His clear eyes were already surging with coldness, and the dark golden light around his body became denser. Kid Dai, seeing that Du Xiaofu was unmoved, Yu Luo thought that Du Xiaofu was intimidated by his aura. He immediately sneered. The kid with terrifying talent and reputation in the city was finally going to be obliterated by him today. Although this finger imprint wasn't his most powerful attack, he knew that Du Xiaofu wasn't ordinary. After he came out of the lightning pool, Du Xiaofu would be even stronger. Hence, this finger imprint was executed with all his might. Qi. Under the shocked gaze of Du Guangyao, Yu Luo's guide directly landed on Du Xiaofu's chest as if there was no one there. It pierced through Du Xiaofu's body, wrapped in a faint golden light and profound energy. Then it viciously stabbed into Du Xiaofu's chest, causing a sharp metallic sound to erupt. How can this be? When the finger seal landed on Du Xiaofu's chest, Yu Luo's sneering face, which was brimming with killing intent, suddenly changed. He felt as if his finger had collided with the hardest steel. When it landed on the skin of Du Xiaofu's chest, pain was transmitted from his finger, as if it was about to break. There was even a faint flash of lightning shuttling back and forth in an instant. A cold smile suddenly appeared on Du Xiaofu's resolute face. His hand seal formed, and golden light blossomed from the runes in his hand. His index and middle fingers came together and formed an identical finger seal in the simplest and most barbaric manner. A sinister cry suddenly resounded, giving him a taste of his own medicine. The finger seal rushed forward with Du Xiaofu's index and middle fingers. Golden runes wrapped around it, and the space where it passed seemed to cave in, after which it landed on Yu Luo's chest, completely exceeding his expectations. Oh, no! At the last moment when the finger seal landed, Yu Luo suddenly woke up from his action. He exerted all his strength, and his Nirvana realm aura erupted. Only then was he able to retreat a little to the side at the critical moment. However, everything was too close and too fast. Du Xiaofu's finger seal landed on Yu Luo's shoulder in the most barbaric and overbearing manner. Qi. As the finger seal landed, the golden runes destroyed the Qi halo around Yu Luo's body. Then it landed on Yu Luo's shoulder with an unstoppable force. Immediately, a bloody hole exploded from Yu Luo's shoulder as he retreated. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist sprayed out. The golden rune force swept into Yu Luo's shoulder from the front and then burst out from the back. How is this possible? At this moment, many people in the surroundings had their eyes fixed on Du Xiaofu and Yu Luo. All of this made everyone dumbfounded. They could not believe what they saw with their own eyes. Great Elder Du Guangyao was also dumbfounded. He absolutely did not expect that Yu Luo, who even he was at a disadvantage, would be severely injured by Du Xiaofu in one move. Uft! Blood spurted out of Yu Luo's mouth. His eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of shock. This result was not something he had expected, even if he was beaten to death. He retreated rapidly without caring about the serious injury he had suffered. Still want to escape? It's too late. Du Xiaofu seemed to have been prepared. He knew that Yu Luo would escape. With a sneer in his eyes, he chased after Yu Luo like a bolt of lightning. It's 10 o'clock. At this moment, I'm asking for all your support, especially flowers. It's going to be published today. Subscriptions are also the most important. The rest of the updates will be released in 3 hours. In addition, if the flowers can reach the top of the list today, Xiaoyu will be in the top 2 for 5 days in a row. The flowers will be in the top 2 for 3 days in a row. Everyone, please give your flowers to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is continuing to update. I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you. Chapter 90. Stormy Waves Palm. As the palm struck out, the surrounding space boiled. The aura of a perfect Xiantian realm expert swept out from Du Xiaofu's body without reservation. Waves of strong wind and energy spread out like stormy waves, landing directly on Yu Luo's chest. How is this possible? How can he be at the perfected innate realm? The pitiful Yu Luo did not even have the chance to display the advantage of a pulsating realm expert before a thunderous sound came from his chest again. Uft! Yu Luo's mouth was filled with a bloody mist. His body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and crack. It was as if his internal organs were shattered. Perfected innate realm. Did he break through again? Great Elder Du Guangyao was completely shocked. Du Xiaofu was only at the nirvana realm of the innate realm a dozen days ago. However, in just a dozen days he had miraculously broken through to the perfected innate realm. What shocked Great Elder Du Guangyao even more was that Du Xiaofu actually relied on the perfected innate realm to contend against a pulsating realm expert at the nirvana realm. It was too crazy. You want to kill me? Seems like you won't have the chance. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed forward, and he didn't stop at all. Right when Yu Luo's body was heavily injured and fell to the ground, Du Xiaofu's figure had appeared by Yu Luo's side like a bolt of lightning. A claw that was fierce and fierce like a hawk swooping down on its prey descended, and it seemed as if it wanted to tear apart space itself. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu's claw print landed on Yu Luo's shoulder. Profound energy surged and locked several acupuncture points on Yu Luo's heavily injured body, causing his profound energy to be blocked and unable to move. The pain of broken bones also spread from his shoulder, as if his shoulder bones were about to be crushed. The intense pain caused a wave of helplessness to surge in Han Luo's heart. The aura of death climbed out. At the final moment, he finally opened his throat. A sharp cry resounded as he loudly cried for help. Uncle Ma Hong, save me! Save me! Bang bang! In midair, the 4 great experts were flickering about like ghosts, bringing with them dark clouds and lightning. Every time the 4 powerhouses collided, there would be a loud explosion. Violent energy storms would constantly spread out, resounding in the sky like muffled thunder. This kind of intense battle made people speechless. Those with lower cultivation couldn't even set foot in this place. Under the combined attacks of Chao Tianmong, Bai Wei, and Yuan Shihong, Yi Guang found it harder and harder to fend them off. Although his cultivation was a level higher than Yuan Shihong and Bai Wei, Chao Tianmong's cultivation and strength were definitely on par with his. It became harder and harder for him to fend off the 3 of them together. Qi La! In a moment of panic, Yi Guang was hit by Chao Tianmong's punch. His body was instantly knocked back in midair. Brat, stop! Yuan Shihong's face changed when he heard the cries for help from below. He immediately gave up on working together with Bai Wei and Chao Tianmong against Yi Guang. With a flash of lightning, he charged towards Du Xiaofu. If you take another step forward, this old guy will be dead for sure. Du Xiaofu's face changed slightly when he saw the figure shooting towards him. He extended his hand and grabbed Yu Luo. His claw dug into Yu Luo's shoulder and collarbone, causing him to bleed. It was a tragic sight. Arg! Yu Luo wailed. He had never thought that he would fall into the hands of a junior and end up in such a sorry state. Many people in the surroundings paid close attention to the situation because of what had happened. Brett, I've heard of you. Du Xiaofu, you're very talented. You really are extraordinarily talented to be able to reach the perfection of the Xiantian realm at your age. Yuan Shihong's imposing figure landed in front of Du Xiaofu. He was forced to stop when he saw Du Xiaofu grab Yu Luo. Afterwards, he stared coldly at Du Xiaofu and said, "However, do you really think that you can act without fear just because you have a hostage? I'll give you a chance. Release the person in your hands, and I'll spare your life. Moreover, I'll let your Du family leave safely. How about it?" Du Xiaofu did not reply. Instead, he cautiously stared at Yuan Shihong in front of him. The fact that this person was able to hover in the air meant that he had clearly reached the legendary pulse spirit level. That level was something that many people could only dream of. Judging from the rippling aura around this person, his strength was extremely frightening. "Xiaofu, back off!" Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong both called out. They were shocked when they saw Yuan Shihong before Du Xiaofu. Yuan Shihong was a terrifying expert at the pulse spirit realm. However, Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong were currently obstructed by Qiu Qingsong and the others. So how could they let the two of them save Du Xiaofu? No matter how desperately they tried, they did their best to stop him. Roar! Roar! Everyone activated their martial veins and used their pulse spirits. For a moment, pulse spirit beast phantoms roared and hissed, shaking the sky as killing intent engulfed the square. "Xiaofu, back off. He's Yuan Shihong from the Yun family. He's an expert who's made a name for himself over 60 years ago. You're not his opponent." The great elder also came back to his senses. His old and tottering body stepped forward to block in front of Du Xiaofu. Yuan Shihong did not even spare a glance at First Elder Du Guangyao. His indifferent gaze landed on the mesmerized Du Xiaofu as he said, "Brat, this is your last chance. Release the person in your hands. First Elder, back off. Trust me." Du Xiaofu looked at the First Elder beside him. The fact that the First Elder was still able to stand in front of him at a time like this warmed his heart once more. His gaze indicated that the First Elder did not need to worry about him. He took a step forward and looked directly at Hu Jinhong. A cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "You still don't have the right to make me release him. Brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You'll have to pay a heavy price." Yuan Shihong's expression changed as he stared at Du Xiaofu indifferently. "Is that so? Then I'd like to see what you can do to me after I kill this old man." Du Xiaofu's clear eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a domineering manner. The moment he finished speaking, a right fist that he had condensed long ago directly smashed into Yu Luo's lower abdomen. Bang! With a punch, Yu Luo's force poured out in torrents as a muffled sound rang out like thunder. With his acupuncture point sealed, Yu Luo was unable to resist at all. The divine watchtower in his abdomen shattered and his internal organs shattered. Blood wildly spurted from his mouth as his life force abruptly disappeared. Under the gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu had domineeringly killed the First Elder of the Yun clan, Yuan Shihong, in front of the #1 expert of the Yun clan. Just how arrogant and provocative was this? Just how domineering was this? The great battle in the sky was silent. No one had expected that Du Xiaofu would actually dare to directly kill the First Elder of the Yun clan in front of a pulse spirit expert. This was not only a slap to Yuan Shihong's face, but also a slap to the entire Yun clan's face. "Brat, you're dead meat." Yuan Shihong's face twitched as he gently looked at Du Xiaofu. His face was expressionless, but the killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Du Xiaofu used Yu Luo's clothes to wipe the bloodstains on his hand, then threw Yu Luo's corpse to the ground. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not forget to take out the Qingquan bag from Yu Luo's chest. Narrowing his clear eyes and slightly raising his sword-like eyebrows, he said, "To tell you the truth, I never took you seriously from the very beginning. The fact that I dared to kill Yu Luo proves that I don't take you seriously." Has Du Xiaofu gone mad? He actually doesn't take Yuan Shihong of the Pulse Spirit Realm seriously. How arrogant! Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, countless people in the square, who had been fighting fiercely, exclaimed in shock and amazement. Ha ha ha! Yuan Shihong laughed instead of getting angry. His laughter rolled out, and when it finally stopped, the smile on his face was naturally ice cold. His killing intent overflowed, and even the space around him seemed to distort. Then, his figure suddenly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. His killing intent overflowed, and his aura was oppressive. In that instant, countless people felt their hair stand on end for Du Xiaofu. It was very obvious that Du Xiaofeng had provoked the Pulse Spirit Realm Yuan Shihong. Not only did he have killing intent, he had also started to go crazy. Just as Yuan Shihong's aura began to ripple, the smile on Du Xiaofu's face grew wider and wider. He did not even blink as he watched Yuan Shihong rush towards him. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar shook the sky, and a gale suddenly surged in the sky. A huge flying tiger swooped down from the sky like lightning, pouncing towards Yuan Shihong, who was pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, and the tiger's might spread, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the demonic beast mounts of the various great clans below all trembled uncontrollably, their bodies trembling violently. Regardless of whether it was the Bai clan's iron-back demonic bull, the Yuan clan's rock-splitting demonic bear, the Qin clan's golden fur demonic wolf, the Flowing Cloud County's Gale Snow horse, or the Du clan's Fergana dragon horse, they all prostrated themselves on the ground. Even the demonic beast mounts trembled and prostrated themselves, causing the crowd to immediately become chaotic. Many figures staggered and fell to the ground on the back of the demonic beast mounts. Yuan Shihong's figure suddenly stopped. If he did not retreat and continue attacking Du Xiaofu, he would become the terrifying tiger's food. The aura of a demonic beast that had just ascended to the Pulse Spirit Realm from the huge tiger's body made him have no choice but to retreat. Goo! At the same time, Yuan Shihong instantly activated his martial veins, and the runes around his body spread, transforming into the phantom of a lightning condor. In the end, it carried an extremely powerful lightning aura as it pounced towards the flying tiger like lightning. Roar! The flying tiger roared and flapped its wings, causing a storm to sweep out. It pounced down like a tiger pouncing on its prey, and a tiger claw directly collided with the phantom of the lightning condor. Chi! The two collided, but there was no earth-shattering sound. Lightning overflowed in all directions, and the tiger claw was actually not afraid of lightning. It directly tore apart the wings of the lightning condor, causing a dense white lightning fluctuation to erupt from it, as sizzling sounds continuously rang out. Stomp, stomp! As the lightning condor was injured, Yuan Shihong's figure flew backwards in a sorry state. With every step he took back, cracks would instantly appear on the stone floor, and his gloomy face would instantly change. Roar! The huge flying tiger roared and swooped down towards Du Xiaofu. Only then did everyone clearly see that its entire body was covered in king pattern scales, and a huge pair of wings on its back. It was ferocious and mighty, and its aura was shocking. Chapter 91. Oh my God, it's a king-scaled demonic tiger. It seems to be at the Pulse Spirit Realm. This flying tiger seemed to have appeared at the Bao Light Enterprise a while ago. Such a strong aura. It's the king of demonic beasts. That king-scaled demonic tiger seems to be attacking Du Xiaofu again, The surrounding people were shocked. The terrifying demonic tiger flapped its wings and circled, making it difficult for people to breathe. Seeing the huge king-scaled demonic tiger once again pouncing on Du Xiaofu, countless people gasped. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the huge king-scaled demonic tiger swooping down, a smile appearing on his face. Suddenly, he stamped his foot and spread his arms like a giant bird flapping its wings. A burst of Xian Qi gushed out from his feet, and then his figure leaped up. With the help of the Xian Qi gushing out, his figure soared into the sky and finally landed lightly on the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and spread out with a storm. Its huge body arched from bottom to top, and then it soared into the sky again, circling in the air. Everyone looked at the sky in shock. A purple-robed young man was standing on top of the king-scaled demonic tiger, facing the wind. His purple robe was fluttering, and he was incomparably overbearing. It's him. Yi Zijin and Baicai both looked at the young man standing on the king-scaled demonic tiger, and there were ripples in their eyes. Kill! Du Xiaofu stepped on the king-scaled demonic tiger's huge back, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings, and its huge body swooped down again. Its tiger claws swept out, and two cracking stone demonic bears were directly torn apart. Walala! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings, and a terrifying wind swept out. Several Xiantian realm warriors of the Sea family were directly shattered into a bloody mist. Roar! The tiger claws pierced through the air. After a pulsating realm warrior of the Sea family fled a few steps, he still could not escape his fate and was directly torn apart by the king-scaled demonic tiger. Bang, bang, bang! In just a few breaths of time, several more Sea clan experts were turned into a bloody mist under the horrified gazes of the king-scaled demonic tiger. They had all died under the claws of the king-scaled demonic tiger, and even more Xiantian realm experts of the Sea clan had died. Roar! The second pulsation realm Sea family member was unceremoniously swallowed into the king-scaled demonic tiger's mouth, and his head was crushed. The entire Sea clan probably didn't have more than 7 pulsating realm experts. However, they had lost 2 in an instant. Coupled with the fact that Du Xiaofu had killed First Elder Yu Luo, the Sea clan's strength had been halved. The king-scaled demonic tiger is with Du Xiaofu. Is the king-scaled demonic tiger the mount of the Du clan? How could a spiritual pulse realm demonic beast be tamed by the Du clan? Heavens, the king-scaled demonic tiger is Du Xiaofu's mount. At this moment, even an idiot knew the relationship between the king-scaled demonic tiger and Du Xiaofu. The king-scaled demonic tiger had been summoned by Du Xiaofu, or perhaps the king-scaled demonic tiger was the trump card of the Du clan. More than 10 days ago, a giant tiger had appeared at the Baolai Enterprise and killed the 3rd captain of the Heavenly Spirit Hunting Group, causing the entire city to speculate. At this moment, the crowd suddenly realized that this was probably done intentionally by Du Xiaofu, or perhaps by the Du clan. Their goal was to seize the Baolai Enterprise and weaken the Sea clan's power. However, those who thought this way naturally wronged the Du clan. At this moment, Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, Du Guanyao, and the rest of the Du clan were all dumbfounded. They didn't even know about the existence of the king-scaled demonic tiger. At this moment, Great Elder Du Guanyao finally understood why Du Xiaofu didn't even take Yuan Shihong, who was in the Pulse Spirit Realm, seriously. Yuan Shihong was in the early stages of the Pulse Spirit Realm, and the king-scaled demonic tiger's aura was also in the early stages of the Pulse Spirit Realm. However, when comparing humans and demonic beasts, the demonic beasts would most likely have the upper hand. Unless a human martial artist had a treasured spirit weapon, it was impossible for them to have any advantage over a demonic beast of the same level. Bastard! Stop it! Stop it! The king-scaled demonic tiger seemed to be specifically targeting the Sea Clan. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Sea Clan disciples had been killed, and 2 Pulse Spirit realm martial artists had been killed. This price made Yuan Shihong roar in anger. His body soared into the air, and together with the Lightning Condor's Pulse Spirit, he directly pounced on the king-scaled demonic tiger. How could he have known that Du Xiaofu had such a terrifying king-scaled demonic tiger behind him? Roar! Unfortunately, the king-scaled demonic tiger didn't listen to Yuan Shihong. In the blink of an eye, many Sea Clan experts had been killed. Boom! Yuan Shihong finally intercepted the king-scaled demonic tiger. A fist frantically swept towards the king-scaled demonic tiger. At the same time, the Lightning Condor's Pulse Spirit also pounced on the king-scaled demonic tiger. Little tiger, I'll leave this guy to you. Du Xiaofu had already jumped down from the king-scaled demonic tiger and landed on the square. With the king-scaled demonic tiger dealing with Yuan Shihong, Du Xiaofu wasn't worried at all. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared, as if it was responding to Du Xiaofu. Then it began to exchange blows with Yuan Shihong. Bastard, you're courting death. Du Xiaofu landed on the square. His entire body was enveloped in a golden light. Runes surged, and he directly lifted a cracking stone demonic bear that had been suppressed by the king-scaled demonic tiger's aura and didn't dare to move. Then he threw it heavily into the distance. Bang, bang! A low, muffled sound rang out. Then another 2 Xiantian experts of the Sea family were directly blasted apart by Du Xiaofu. With Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger's attack, more than half of the Sea family's experts had already fainted. The Du family was originally not inferior to the Sea family. At this moment, they had the absolute upper hand. Bastard, I won't let your Du family off. Yu Qingsong roared and cursed. His eyes were scarlet. One could imagine the pain in his heart when he saw so many of the Du family's experts fall. Yu Qingsong originally thought that everything was going according to plan. Who would have thought that so many accidents would occur today? Not to mention that the Yi family and the Bai family had hidden experts. The Qin family had even invited the Flowing Cloud County's princess, Chao Tianmeng. Finally, there was the appearance of Du Xiaofu, who had the greatest impact on the Sea family. Almost half of the Sea family's experts were lost. How could he not hate this? Yu Qingsong, do you think you still have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of my Du family? Haha. Du Jinwu laughed loudly. Originally, he was worried about the Du family's people. However, at this moment, even Yu Hong of the Sea family was no longer afraid. In addition, half of the Sea family's experts had died. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Du Jinwu's attacks became more and more powerful, gradually suppressing Yu Qingsong to the point where he could not breathe. Bang, bang, bang. Du Xiaofu was like a human-shaped, demonic beast. Wherever he passed, his figure would fly. His aura would crush everything. His figure pounced into the Qin family's formation and the Flowing Cloud County's experts. Instantly, he became a nightmare for the Qin family and the Flowing Cloud County's experts. Quick, stop that Du Xiaofu! Many of the Qin family's experts were terrified. They joined forces with the Flowing Cloud County's experts to attack Du Xiaofu. Get out of my way! Du Xiaofu showed his prowess. His perfected innate realm aura completely exploded. His powerful body was invincible. Even pulsation realm experts could not harm his body. In this encirclement, it was like a miracle. He crushed all his opponents. One figure after another was sent flying like rocks. Finally, the 3 old men from the Qin clan, who all looked like elders, and the 3 middle-aged men who came from the Flowing Cloud County, tightly surrounded Du Xiaofu in the middle. 6 people for Pulsation Realm Mystical Realm experts and 2 Pulsation Realm Nirvana Realm experts. 6 powerful auras enveloped Du Xiaofu. Roar! Roar! The 6 of them activated their martial veins. The runes around their bodies surged and condensed into their vain spirit beast phantoms. The 6 ferocious beast phantoms roared with terrifying might. The 6 of them knew that Du Xiaofu was very strong. Therefore, they used their full strength from the start. They wanted to kill Du Xiaofu as soon as possible. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu resisted forcefully and blocked the 3 in front of him. However, the attacks of the other 3 and the 2 vain spirit beast phantoms still landed on his body. Dang! Dang! Du Xiaofu's powerful figure was also pushed back. Although he had killed Yu Luo at the start, it was actually unexpected. More importantly, Yu Luo was too careless. He did not expect Du Xiaofu's body to be so terrifyingly strong. Therefore, he suffered heavy injuries and was unable to counterattack. In the end, he was killed by Du Xiaofu. However, the 6 of them did not underestimate Du Xiaofu at all. They used their full strength from the start. In this situation, the 6 of them still worked together. No matter how strong Du Xiaofu was, he was still at the perfected innate realm. He could not fight against the 6 of them at the same time. This brat's body is very strong. Try not to get close. Attack together. Use your full strength. No matter how extraordinary this brat is, he will still die. The 6 of them informed each other. They knew each other's advantages and surrounded Du Xiaofu. The killing intent in their eyes was extremely strong. Bang! Bang! 6 pulsation realm cultivators attacked together with the vain spirit beast phantoms. In a short time, Du Xiaofu was at a disadvantage again. If it were not for his powerful body that had reached the bone-cutting and marrow-cleansing realm, he would not have been able to hold on. Damn it! At the innate realm, the golden-winged Great Rock clan can't use many of their techniques. I'm at a disadvantage. Du Xiaofu's face paled a little, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Although the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Rock clan was powerful, he was still at the Xiantian realm. For the golden-winged Great Rock clan, there were many techniques that he couldn't use, especially many offensive techniques. This was definitely a great loss. This brat can't hold on any longer. Let's end this quickly and kill this brat. Don't hold back. This brat is very strange. We must kill him with all our strength. Okay, let's kill him with all our strength. Seeing that Du Xiaofu's situation was not good and that he was suppressed to an absolute disadvantage, the 6 of them revealed joyful expressions. It was as if their biggest goal this time was not the Yi clan, but to kill Du Xiaofu. Walala! The 6 of them formed hand seals, and the runes around their bodies surged. It was as if they had merged with the vain spirit behind them. The 6 of them really used all their strength. 6 terrifying auras instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Chapter 92. At this moment, sensing the 6 terrifying auras, Du Xiaofu also felt a sense of danger. 6 pulsation realm practitioners attacked, and among them were 2 pulsation realm nirvana realm practitioners. That kind of power caused the surrounding space to surge, shaking one's soul. At this critical moment, Du Xiaofu actually closed his eyes slightly, as if he wasn't the one in danger at this moment. He formed a seal with his hands, and a wave of profound energy immediately surged out from his body. It seemed as if there were talisman runes all over his body that were about to spurt out. These mysterious runes were different from those on the golden-winged Great Rock, but their auras were equally domineering. At this moment, Du Xiaofu planned to use that mysterious move. It was the mysterious move that he had comprehended from the ancient stone tablet in the past 10 years. The mysterious move within the stone tablet could not only restore one's martial veins, but also cultivate Xianqi. It could be said to be all-encompassing, with endless changes and incomparably wondrous. Du Xiaofu had never used that mysterious move before, but he was very clear that it was far, far stronger than the perfected Stormy Waves palm. Perhaps it could be said that the mysterious move was simply not something that the Stormy Waves palm could compare to. Rumble! The 6 people joined forces and attacked with all their might. 6 terrifying auras instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Powerful energy waves emanated from within, causing the entire space to shake violently. "Xiaofu, be careful!" At this moment, countless gazes on the plaza were filled with worry for Du Xiaofu. Just as the 6 attacks were about to reach Du Xiaofu's body, suddenly a loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Roar! The shout was like a dragon's roar to the 9 heavens, like the cry of a divine elephant. Du Xiaofu's eyes abruptly opened, a lightning-like glow flashing within his clear eyes. The purple robes around his body instantly fluttered, and with his body as the epicenter, cracks continuously extended from the soles of his feet. At this moment, the earth rumbled and space trembled violently. The aura was so domineering and surging, incomparably disdainful and unparalleled in their blurry vision. Only those who had reached the peak level of strength could vaguely see that after Du Xiaofu's roar sounded, like a dragon's roar to the 9 heavens, like the cry of a divine elephant, the seals on his hands changed. Mysterious runes released ripples, and they quickly transformed into countless palm prints. Buzz! A Sanskrit like low hum was emitted from within, after which it was accompanied by the symbol mysterious rune as it streaked across the sky. In a flash, it violently collided with the 6 attacks. Rumble! Such a collision caused a thunder-like, muffled sound of energy to suddenly resound in this area. In an instant, frightening energy ripples abruptly unfurled, like stormy waves. At the center of the energy storm, a huge spatial energy whirlpool appeared in the space. That whirlpool seemed to be able to swallow a person, causing one's scalp to turn numb and one's hair to stand on end. Everything happened extremely quickly, and the energy storm that was unfurling like a storm also came to a sudden stop, after which it quickly dissipated under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Crack, crack! Before everyone could recover their senses, they heard 6 muffled sounds, mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Everyone's vision blurred, and they saw 6 figures fly backwards like kites with their strings cut. Finally, they heavily landed dozens of meters away. The ground trembled and cracks spread. Those 6 people were the 3 experts from the Qin clan and the 3 experts from the Flowing Cloud province. The 6 of them were sent flying and landed on the ground, dripping with blood. Their bodies were limp, and they did not get up again. Their vitality had already disappeared. Dead. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the 6 corpses on the ground. Then their gazes shifted to the thin and tall, purple-robed youth, and all of them were filled with shock. 6 pulsating realm experts were killed in one move. No one could clearly see how the 6 pulsating realm experts died. However, everyone could feel that the frightening aura that erupted from Du Xiaofu's body just now had caused the earth to rumble and space to tremble. Gulp, gulp! Everyone looked at each other in shock, dumbfounded. Many people swallowed their saliva. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes, but they did not dare to believe it. As for the members of the Qin clan, each and every one of them began to tremble. Half of the top experts of the Qin clan had been killed by Du Xiaofu in one move. Buffed! Qin Zongqiang, who was besieging Yi Baolin with Baijiru, spat out a mouthful of blood in grief. Thud, thud! Du Xiaofu's body staggered back. At this moment, the light on his body had dimmed. On the front of his purple robe, there was blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. When that mysterious move was activated using profound energy, it actually absorbed all of the profound energy in one's body. It was like a bottomless pit, and it could only barely support one activation. Just one activation was enough to exhaust Du Xiaofu. However, the power of this mysterious move made Du Xiaofu very satisfied. Looking at the 6 pulsating realm corpses, if his cultivation was higher and his comprehension was stronger, the power of the mysterious move would increase to another terrifying level. Kill! All the disciples of the Yi and Du clans were roused. Following the death of half of the top experts from the Qin clan and Drifting Cloud County, the pressure on the Yi clan was greatly reduced. More importantly, the morale of the Du and Yi clans was increased. Du Xiaofu's appearance crushed everything in a domineering manner. It was as if a stimulant had been injected into the disciples of the Du and Yi clans. On the other hand, the morale of the Qin and Feng clans was greatly reduced. They were all shocked and terrified. That kid is Du Xiaofu, the one who injured Qi Tai. Chao Tianmong, who was besieging Yi Guang with Bai Wei, glanced at Du Xiaofu from afar. He did not expect that the biggest change of the day would be destroyed by a kid who was still wet behind the ears. That kid who was still wet behind the ears actually changed the situation of the battle by himself. If he did not end the battle quickly, he was afraid that there would be another change of events today. Moreover, that kid must be killed. If he was allowed to grow, it would not be long before he became a great threat to the entire drifting Cloud County. At that time, even Chao Tianmong would not be able to suppress him. End the battle quickly. Chao Tianmong made up his mind. His hand seals changed, and the runes around him spread out like poisonous snakes. Finally, they intertwined with each other and formed a huge black python. The giant black python's body was covered with black scales. Its aura was terrifying. Its huge body rippled with terrifying energy waves as it circled around Chao Tianmong. Then it left a black afterimage behind it and rushed toward Yi Guang at lightning speed. When Yi Guang saw Chao Tianmong activating his pulse spirit, he frowned slightly. His hand seals changed rapidly. Runes surged and lightning flashed. Finally, they formed a mighty thunderbolt leopard. It roared ferociously and pounced on the huge black python. Ayo! The two of them collided fiercely. Their cultivation levels were almost the same. The two terrifying forces caused the space to tremble violently. It seemed like neither of them could do anything to the other. Then, the two of them staggered backward at the same time. Roar! Bai Wei instantly pounced forward. He activated the huge and mighty ice bear pulse spirit and pounced toward Yi Guang. Suddenly, Bai Wei, who had taken the opportunity to pounce on Yi Guang, saw Chao Tianmong stumbling back. His eyes darkened. The Meridian Soul ice bear roared and slammed its paw on the giant black python, as everyone expected. Chi La, the huge black python, was not prepared for the bear paw. It was smashed into black runes by the bear paw. Uft! Chao Tianmong's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was pushed back. Thunderous seal! Yi Guang moved again. It seemed like he had expected this. The profound qi under his feet surged, and he pushed his speed to the limit. Many afterimages appeared in the sky. Then, a palm that was wrapped in lightning quickly landed on Chao Tianmong's body. Bang! The lightning palm pressed down, forcefully compressing the air into 4 arcs. Sonic booms continued to resound in the sky. In the end, it violently collided with Chao Tianmong's muscular body. Berserk fist! In his panic, Chao Tianmong was not a weakling. He forcefully punched Yi Guang's body with a violent fist. Buffed! Chao Tianmong was seriously injured again. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Uft! Yi Guang's body was also sent flying. Blood dripped from his mouth. However, he did not land on the ground. His injuries were obviously better than Chao Tianmong's, but they were both injured. Bang bang! Almost at the same time, Bai Jiru, who was besieging Yi Baolin with Qin Zongqiang, also struck Qin Zongqiang's back with lightning speed. Qin Zongqiang was completely at a loss, and directly staggered forward from the shock. Boom! Yi Baolin had already prepared a fist. He took advantage of this rare opportunity and landed a heavy blow on Qin Zongqiang's chest. Uft! Qin Zongqiang spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured in an instant. The 3 of them were evenly matched. Once they made a mistake, the result could be changed in a short time. Many people in the square were shocked. Everything had happened too quickly. No one had expected that the Bai clan would suddenly change sides and defeat the unprepared Qin clan. Bai Jiru's scholarly robe trembled. His voice rang out. "Disciples of the Bai family, listen up. The Qin family invited the wolf into the house and brought disaster to the Stone City. As a part of the Stone City, how can the Bai family help the evildoers? Now is the time to kill the Qin family and the invaders and protect the Stone City. Kill." The disciples of the Bai family were stunned. When they regained their senses, they immediately changed sides. They let go of their opponents and pounced on the people from the Qin family and Flowing Cloud County. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that the people from the Sea family, Qin family, and Flowing Cloud County could not react. Chapter 93. Not long ago they had the upper hand. Who would have thought that the tables would turn in an instant? The Yi family and the Bai family must have planned this beforehand. Du Xiaofu frowned as he looked at the sudden turn of events. Judging from the sudden change of sides, the Bai family and the Yi family must have planned to deal a fatal blow to their opponents at the most opportune moment. The Bai family had indeed done it. With the betrayal of the Bai family, the Qin family and Drifting Cloud County had also suffered a fatal blow. I'm not afraid of how strong the opponent is. I'm only afraid of the sneak attacks of my teammates. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart after witnessing what had just happened. If you dare to betray us, I will not let the Bai family off. Chao Tianmeng's chest muscles bulged as he glared at Bai Wei with bloodshot eyes. Chao Tianmeng had not expected that Bai Wei would sneak up on him when he was completely unprepared. Otherwise, with Bai Wei's cultivation, he would not have been able to do anything to him. Bai Wei looked at Chao Tianmeng and said, "Stone City is still Stone City. Although the Bai family wants the benefits left behind by the Thunder Demonic Lion, as a citizen of Stone City, we cannot do something like inviting a wolf into our house. Moreover, you are working with the Qin family. How can you say that I betrayed you? You are the one who is stupid. Bai Jiru, you despicable man." Qin Zongqiang was also staring at Bai Jiru. He had never expected that Bai Jiru would suddenly turn against him. "You are the despicable one to lure the people of Drifting Cloud County to Stone City." Bai Jiru's profound qi fluctuated and his scholarly robes fluttered. He looked at Qin Zongqiang and said, "Moreover, all is fair in war. Stone City is Stone City after all. Bai Jiru, didn't we agree to work together? You went back on your word." Tai Ching Song, who was fighting with Du Jinwu, roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He found it hard to accept the change in such a short period of time. Bai Jiru glanced at Tai Ching Song in the distance and said, "The Yi family has the conditions that the Tai family offered. I trust the Yi family more than the Tai family." Bang, bang. In a short moment, there was another muffled sound in the air. Ma Inghong's majestic figure staggered back to the ground along with the lightning condor soul. His face was pale, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The lightning condor soul turned into an inscription and entered his body. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger ferociously roared as its enormous body landed beside Du Xiaofu. It retracted its wings and assumed a pouncing posture beside Du Xiaofu, causing no one to dare to approach Du Xiaofu. However, there was a crack on its tiger claw, which was also left behind by Yuan Shihong. "It's time to end this." Yi Baolin's face was rather pale. He took a deep breath, and his hand seals changed slightly. His figure pounced at Qin Zongqiang like lightning. A palm print covered with a layer of thunder, and lightning was covered with strange patterns. Its momentum was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the seriously injured Qin Zongqiang. "Yes, it's almost over. It's time to end this." Just as Yi Baolin's palm print was about to land on Qin Zongqiang's body, a faint voice seemed to come from the distance. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Qin Zongqiang like a ghost. Then, a palm print accompanied by a vast surge of energy collided with Yi Baolin's palm print in the blink of an eye. Humph! When the two palms collided, the sudden heavy blow directly caused Yi Baolin to continuously retreat. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat before he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. When he stabilized his body, his eyes were filled with shock. Swish, swish. Everyone's gaze fell on the newcomer. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe. His eyes were as bright and deep as the stars in the night sky. He stood there quietly, but his aura caused the profound energy in one's body to be blocked. When some of the experts in the Qin clan saw the sudden appearance of this old man, a smile instantly appeared on their solemn faces. Then they respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Granduncle Sheeping." Qin Sheeping. Rumor has it that he was killed by the terrifying purple flame demonic phoenix in the barbaric Beast Mountain range 50 years ago. How is he still alive? Qin Sheeping, he's actually Qin Sheeping. Yi Guang, Bai Wei, Ma Hong, and the rest all changed their expressions. Qin Sheeping of the Qin clan was a generation older than them. Rumor has it that he was killed by the terrifying purple flame demonic phoenix in the barbaric Beast Mountain range. They never imagined that he was still alive in this world and had hidden himself until the end. With the appearance of this person, the sounds of fighting in the surroundings quietly stopped. Under the suppression of the invisible aura, a sense of danger gushed out from everyone's hearts. Du Jinwu, Ma Qingsong, Du Jixiong, and the rest seemed to have a tacit understanding as they quietly stopped fighting. Their gazes quietly fell on the newcomer. At this moment, the demonic beast mounts that filled the area were suppressed by the invisible aura and did not dare to make a sound. The opposite shore of the Pulse Spirit Realm. The Qin clan actually has such an expert. Feeling the aura of the newcomer from the Qin clan, Chao Tianmong was also shocked. He was completely unaware that there was such an expert hidden in the Qin clan. Only now did he realize that he had been used by the Qin clan. So powerful. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Sheeping. The aura that fluctuated from his body made one's heart tremble. "After waiting for so many years, it should be about time," Qin Sheeping whispered. Then he swept his gaze across the crowd. Instead of paying attention to the people present, he glanced at the king-scaled demonic tiger and Du Xiaofu. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "What a rare seedling. No descendant of the Qin clan can compare to you. Kid, I will betroth Xiaolu to you. From now on, the Du clan and the Qin clan will be one family. I will also do my best to nurture you. What do you think?" As Qin Sheeping's voice fell, everyone present was stunned. Chao Tianmong's expression suddenly turned ugly. Qin Xiaolu was his son's fiancée, and the Qin clan clearly did not take him seriously. In the Qin clan's lineup, Qin Xiaolu, whose dress was stained with blood, turned pale. Then she looked at the purple-robed youth beside the giant tiger from afar. She did not know why, but there was a faint look of anticipation in her eyes. What does the Qin clan mean by this? Have you forgotten the agreement with the drifting Cloud County? Chao Tianmong said angrily. Of the hundreds of people from the drifting Cloud County, only a third of them were left. They had suffered a great loss. Qin Sheeping glanced at Chao Tianmong and said, "They are right. Stone City is not something the drifting Cloud County can encroach on. Do you think that just because you are the princess of the drifting Cloud County, you are qualified to encroach on Stone City? If I had not been waiting for this day for decades, drifting Cloud County would not have given you a chance. Take your people and leave. The matters of Stone City are not for outsiders to interfere." What a Qin clan! Haha, what a Stone City! I will remember this. Chao Tianmong laughed. His eyes were bloodshot. However, he was not a fool. He knew that he could not gain any advantage today. He could only plan another day. Then he waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Let's go!" The people from the drifting Cloud County immediately crowded around each other. Chao Tianmong left in a sorry state and disappeared from everyone's sight. Nobody stopped Chao Tianmong. First of all, Chao Tianmong had the entire Stone Dragon Empire behind him. Everyone's attention was on Qin Sheeping. Qin Sheeping looked back at Du Xiaofu and said, "Boy, have you made up your mind?" Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Sheeping. A smile appeared on his pale face as he said, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." Qin Sheeping's expression changed slightly. He said, Boy, you better think carefully. It won't be too late to answer me after you have made up your mind. I've thought about it very carefully. I'm still not interested. Du Xiaofu shook his head again. That's a pity. However, I won't keep people who can't be used by me. Therefore, you can only die. As soon as Qin Shiping's cold voice fell, the sound of wind breaking suddenly fluctuated. Then, his figure blurred and rushed through the space. In almost an instant, he appeared not far in front of Du Xiaofu and grabbed Du Xiaofu's throat with one hand. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared. It flapped its wings and pounced on Qin Shiping. Its talisman symbol spread and its claws tore through the air. Swish! Qin Shiping dodged the claws of the king-scaled demonic tiger like a ghost. Then he slapped the king-scaled demonic tiger with his palm. The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and retreated. Bastard, you're still a little short. Qin Shiping shouted as he stood in the air. His palm turned into a fist and landed on the left wing of the king-scaled demonic tiger. Bang! The punch landed with a thunderous boom. The king-scaled demonic tiger's left wing was struck by the force of gravity, and its huge body was knocked back. Its huge body staggered and landed on the ground. Its left wing was in pain, and it let out a ferocious roar. I'll kill you first. Then I'll take the Thunder Lion's bone. Qin Shiping continued walking towards Du Xiaofu. His killing intent was surging. Xiaofu, be careful. Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, and even Baijiru rushed towards Qin Shiping at the same time. You're overestimating yourselves. Qin Shiping sneered indifferently as his expression turned completely dark. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying wave of energy slammed into Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, and Baijiru from afar. Boom! Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong, and Baijiru were blown away like kites with broken strings. They smashed into the wall of the Yi family's courtyard, causing the wall to crack. The courtyard finally couldn't withstand the huge impact and collapsed. Let's work together. Yi Guang's eyes darkened as he glanced at Bai Wei. The two of them immediately pounced on Qin Shiping. Now that things had come to this, they could only join forces and fight. Roar! The two of them used all their strength and activated their arterial spirit again. The huge sky-shattering ice bear and thunder leopard phantoms surrounded Qin Shiping. Qin Shiping smiled. This was all his plan. He was the final winner. Brothers, it's time for the 14th hour. There will be more in 3 hours. Continue to ask for flowers and support. Thank you. Chapter 94. Since it's like this, then I'll take care of you all together. I might have valued you a little more when you were at your peak, but now you're all spent and can't even withstand a single blow. Qin Shiping's gray robes fluttered despite the lack of wind as an astonishing wave of profound energy swept out like a storm, causing huge cracks to appear in the courtyard and plaza of the Du family below. Whoosh! In a short instant, Qin Shiping's arms trembled as runes wrapped around his fists. 2 fist imprints instantly transformed into 2 blurry rays of light that shot out like lightning, landing directly on the illusory figures of the sky-shattering ice bear and lightning leopard. The 2 illusory figures were directly shattered. At the same time, Qin Shiping's figure appeared in front of Yi Guang and Bai Wei. 2 palm imprints once again landed, followed by 2 low-muffled sounds that suddenly resounded. Bang, bang! Vast and mighty energy swept out in midair, transforming into an extremely terrifying energy storm that instantly filled the air. Whoosh! Under this terrifying energy storm, everyone present was terrified and shocked. Bang, bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, the 2 great experts, Yi Guang and Bai Wei, were also ruthlessly smashed down from midair, heavily smashing into the ground. Can't even withstand a single blow. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. I've waited for 50 years, and the Lightning Lion's remains will be mine. Today, I'm destined to be the final winner. Qin Shiping stood in midair, his laughter resounding throughout the stone city. The entire stone city's millions of citizens raised their heads to look at the sky, the vast and mighty energy waves causing the entire stone city to tremble. The plaza was completely silent, the smell of blood lingering in the air. Everyone's gazes were solemn, except for the Qin family members, looking at Qin Shiping in midair. Everyone knew that at this moment, no one could contend against this person. The various great families had fought until both sides suffered great losses. The battle had been full of ups and downs, but at this moment, it was already a foregone conclusion. How can it be like this? Qiu Qingsong, Zhuolong, and the rest were stained with blood, their gazes dispirited. They had originally thought that the Qiu family had already made their final preparations and would definitely be able to obtain the Yi family's Lightning Lion's remains. Who would have thought that today's series of unforeseen events would be out of the C family's control? Everything was out of their expectations. Everything went down the drain. They had schemed against the major clans, but in the end, they did not expect that the Ji clan had already been schemed against. In the end, the Ji clan would not be the one to reap the rewards. What was left behind by the Thunder Lion is not yours, because you are not qualified. The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings again and circled in the air. A young man in a purple robe stepped on top of it and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His indifferent voice was carried by the wind and resounded throughout the area. That's Du Xiaofu from the Du clan. Could it be that he still wants to stop that terrifying expert from the Qin clan? Everyone in the city raised their heads and fixed their gazes on the purple-robed youth on the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger. Brat, you're really surprising me more and more. Do you really think you can stop me? Maybe you want to compete with me for the Thunder Lion's inheritance. Qin Shiping laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. You are not qualified. I am not qualified either. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Shiping and shook his head. He looked calm and said, None of the people from the Stone City are qualified. The Thunder Lion has been protecting the Stone City for hundreds of years. In these hundreds of years, the Stone City has never been invaded by the beasts from the savage Beast Mountain Range. For hundreds of years, the Stone City has been peaceful. All the residents of the Stone City have been living in peace and contentment. Today, the Thunder Lion is about to die, but you have been scheming for the Thunder Lion's bones and essence blood. How disappointing this is! His calm voice resounded clearly in the air, as a resident of the Stone City who has the qualifications to touch the Thunder Lion's bones. The Thunder Lion, is it the legendary Thunder Lion that is protecting the Stone City? So today there are people who want to compete for the Thunder Lion's mysterious bones and blood. At that moment, these calm words fell into the ears of everyone in the square. Everyone's facial expression changed, and their eyes trembled. How bitterly disappointed! Du Jinwu, Du Jixiong by Jiru, and the others looked at each other and sighed. Lei Zhu has protected the Stone City for hundreds of years. The Yi family will not let anyone touch the mysterious bones and blood after Lei Zhu's death. The Yi family's disciples will not let Lei Zhu's body be incomplete. Even if we die, we will protect Lei Zhu. Yi Baolin's handsome face had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky with his scarlet eyes. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Shiping. On his resolute face, his eyes gradually became sharp and intimidating. An invisible cold aura spread out. Under this cold aura, even the surrounding air seemed to have frozen. Everyone listen up. I, Du Xiaofu, know that my cultivation is weak today. However, I have received the Thunder Lion's favor. Today, whoever dares to have any ideas about the Thunder Lion, I will not let them go in the future. I will definitely turn their bones into ashes and destroy their souls. When the cold words came out, it was like a muffled thunder. It was as if a bone-chilling cold aura had spread out. That invisible cold aura spread out like a tide, causing people's hearts to tremble. Everyone was moved by it. Yi Zijin looked at the young man in the purple robe in the air. Her eyes were moist. Yi Guang looked up and murmured, "The Yi family's disciples are not as good as him. This kid is the same as the third brother. The men of the Du family should be like this." Du Jinwu and Du Jixiong looked at each other. Their eyes trembled as they murmured, "But he is too bold." Kiki. Qin Shiping was stunned. Suddenly he laughed coldly. His killing intent shot out, and he said in a deep voice, "Ant-like kid, you have no future. Now go to hell." When the killing intent came out, Qin Shiping glanced at Du Xiaofu. His figure moved and instantly appeared in front of the king-scaled demonic tiger. His figure rushed out, and his 5 fingers stretched out. A claw print directly grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Roar! As Qin Shiping's figure rushed over, the king-scaled demonic tiger roared. Its eyes flashed with ruthlessness. It was going to fight with all its strength. Suddenly, in a flash, a thunderbolt light suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger. The thunderbolt light directly wrapped around Qin Shiping's claw print. At the same time, a deep and old voice came out. "I like this kid very much. If you want to kill him, you are far from qualified." The old voice was domineering and powerful. The moment the thunderbolt light wrapped around Qin Shiping's claw print, Qin Shiping's old face suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the figure wrapped in the thunderbolt light. The terrifying aura that spread out was so strong that it made his heart tremble. Then, as if he felt the most terrifying thing, Qin Shiping cried out in shock, "Thunderbolt, demonic lion, why are you fine? Shouldn't your time be up? My time is up. Why are all of you so anxious to jump out?" In the thunderbolt light, a majestic lion stood in the air. In the thunderbolt light, intense energy fluctuations and pressure spread out, causing people's hearts to palpitate for no reason and their hair to stand on end. Boom! The thunderbolt light surged, and the surrounding air was like thunder. The energy fluctuations were like the descent of the thunder god. Chi chi chi. Qin Shiping's body was directly sent flying. He had no power to resist. That's the thunderbolt, demonic lion. The thunderbolt, demonic lion, does not have a time limit. It still exists. So that's the thunderbolt, demonic lion. What a strong aura. Following the sudden appearance of the thunderbolt, demonic lion, shocked voices rang out one after another in the stone city. The gazes of the various large families also changed. The Qin family, Bai family, Feng family, and the rest all had complicated gazes. The thunderbolt, demonic lion, had always been rumored in the stone city. The most shocking thing was that the thunderbolt, demonic lion, had already reached the beast lord stage. That was equivalent to the human martial lord stage. Now that the thunderbolt, demonic lion, had appeared again, one could imagine the extent of the shock. Leizu has appeared! Looking at the majestic lion in the air, the Yi family disciples trembled in excitement. That was the legendary existence that had always protected the stone city and the Yi family. How can you be fine? You're purposely pretending that your time is up. You're purposely trying to catch all the people who are harmful to the Yi family. Qin Shiping's gaze trembled. A beast lord stage, demonic beast king, was definitely not something he could contend against. The news of a beast lord stage, thunderbolt demonic lion, still being in the stone city, was enough to shock countless forces around the stone city. If he had known that the thunderbolt demonic lion was only pretending to die, he would not have dared to come out and take the secret bone. You said that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. But compared to me, you're still a little tender. The thunderbolt, demonic lion, spoke in the language of an old man. Its voice was filled with vicissitudes of life. Its body was wrapped in lightning and dark clouds faintly gathered. Its aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. It opened its mouth and said, "Today I can't let you live." Not good. Qin Shiping felt the killing intent from the thunderbolt, demonic lion. He did not dare to stay any longer and immediately rushed to escape. The Qin family members had no choice but to abandon them. In front of this Lion King, you're just an ant. The thunderbolt, demonic lion's expression was calm. It suddenly stretched out its right leg and fiercely slammed it into the air. Chi-la-la! At this moment, the energy in the air suddenly shook violently. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A lion claw swept out in a straight line. It was like a bolt of lightning descending. The space in front of it instantly collapsed. A large space ripple turned into an earth-shattering space wave that rippled outwards. A destructive aura enveloped the entire city. Rumble! The thunderbolt demonic claw directly melted the space and finally chased after Qin Shi Ping's back. A monstrous energy spread out in an instant, causing a large area of space to distort. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The space trembled violently and the sound reverberated throughout the entire city. Chapter 95. This terrifying momentum caused the millions of eyes in Stone City to tremble. The destructive power swept out as Qin Shi Ping's body stopped in midair. The runes around his body surged wildly as if to block the power of thunder. Bang! But it only lasted for the blink of an eye. With a bang, the space split open, and Qin Shi Ping's divine region suddenly exploded in midair. Walala! Instantly, a large bloody mist accompanied by monstrous energy poured down from the sky. The energy spread out and engulfed the entire city. Countless people stared at the sky in shock. The powerful Qin Shi Ping had been instantly killed by the lightning lion without any resistance. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the lightning lion's strength was. The king-scaled demonic tiger circled in midair. Its tiger eyes trembled as it looked at the lightning lion in front of it. That aura made it feel a sense of danger. On the king-scaled demonic tiger's back, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Qin Shi Ping, who was at the pulse spirit stage, was unable to resist at all. This was a true powerhouse. The lightning lion that guarded Stone City was so powerful. Scourge of Stone City, leave none alive. After killing Qin Shi Ping, the lightning lion did not delay much. It looked down and its lion claws fell. A bolt of lightning also fell. Oh no! In the square, Yuan Shihong's expression changed greatly. The lightning lion's bolt of lightning was actually sweeping towards him. A vast and powerful aura enveloped Yuan Shihong, making it impossible for him to break free. Only now did he realize that everything had been planned and arranged. In the end, he realized that everything was still under the control of the Yi clan. The Yi clan was the final winner. Bang! A deep sonic boom resounded. Lightning fell, and Yuan Shihong's body was directly shattered into pieces. The surrounding ground cracked and spread. Large buildings in the distance tottered and finally collapsed. A vast aura spread out like a hurricane. Bang, bang! 2 more bolts of lightning fell, shocking everyone. Yun Qingsan and Qin Zongqiang, who were in the square, did not have time to react before they were instantly swallowed by the lightning and killed on the spot. The space was silent. Countless gazes were shocked. This was the lightning lion's slaughter. Brat, you've got guts. Are you all right? The lightning around the thunderbolt demonic lion retracted as its aged eyes looked towards Du Xiaofu. The light in its eyes spread out, causing the king-scaled demonic tiger to tremble. However, in the face of the thunderbolt demonic lion's immense pressure, the king-scaled demonic tiger still managed to persevere. This caused the thunderbolt demonic lion to be a little surprised. Senior Thunder Lion, are you all right? Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and looked at the Thunder Lion in surprise. The Thunder Lion didn't answer Du Xiaofu's question directly. It looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile in its eyes and continued to speak in the language of an old man. I like you, little brat. I really do. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunderous lion's body soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. Yi Guang looked at the thunderbolt demonic lion's majestic back in surprise. Then he came back to his senses and swept his gaze across the square. His voice rang out. Qin clan and Lao clan, those who surrender will be spared. Surround and kill without mercy. The Qin clan's Qin Shiping and Lao clan's Lao Hong were both killed by the thunderbolt demonic lion on the spot. The Qin clan's patriarch Qin Zongqiong and Lao clan's patriarch Feng Qingsong were also killed. The Qin clan and Lao clan had lost more than 80% of their experts. They no longer had the strength to resist. Clang clang! The remaining members of the Qin clan and Lao clan looked at each other. Some of them began to throw away the weapons in their hands. The great battle finally came to an end. However, the smell of blood that soared to the sky lingered in the city for a long time. Fortunately, a heavy downpour came that night. Not only did it wash away the smell of blood that lingered in the air above the stone city, it also washed away the remaining traces of blood that filled the square and streets outside the Yi clan. The next day, the dark clouds dispersed and the sun rose from the east. It was as if nothing had happened. Only the broken walls of the Yi clan's residence told everyone that everything that had happened yesterday had indeed happened. The Qin clan and Lao clan had already been sealed off by the Yi, Du, and by clans. They were waiting for the three clans to discuss how to deal with them. Within the stone city, the news that the thunderbolt demonic lion was still alive spread immediately. It was estimated that last night's news was enough to shake the forces around the stone city. As long as the thunderbolt demonic lion was still alive, who would dare to touch the stone city? The next day, the stone city was bustling with activity. Many leaders of small and medium forces in the stone city, and even some leaders of hunting groups in the Savage Beast Mountain Range, came to visit the Du clan. There was an endless stream of people, and the scene was extremely lively. It was even more lively than the Yi clan. Many people only went to the Yi clan to congratulate the Yi clan for eliminating the Qin clan and Lao clan that had caused trouble in the stone city. Then they rushed to the Du clan. Under such a lively atmosphere, the Du clan's doorstep was about to be trampled to pieces. Everyone in the Du clan naturally knew that the reason why the Du clan received so much attention was because of the existence of Du Xiaofu in the Du clan. On the day when the stone city changed, the most shocking thing besides the thunderbolt demonic lion was the existence of a domineering young man in a purple robe who was standing on a king-scale demonic tiger. That domineering aura that could crush everything, especially those last words, left a mark in the hearts of countless Stone City residents that could not be erased. However, under such a lively atmosphere, Du Xiaofu and the king-scale demonic tiger did not appear again. They had already hidden away to recover from their injuries. Phew! 5 days later, on the bed in the room, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly exhaled. His tightly shut eyes also slowly opened. Immediately after, he felt the abundant, profound qi in his body and the recovery of his injuries. On Du Xiaofu's face, there was also a trace of a smile. I didn't think that the golden-winged, great rock clan's body refinement method would be so powerful in recovery. Du Xiaofu smiled with extreme satisfaction. At that time, he also suffered some injuries, but now he was completely healed. If it was an ordinary martial cultivator, it would absolutely be impossible for them to do so. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu took out a beast bone from his bosom. It was the beast bone that he obtained from the Du family's martial scripture tower and the little pagoda that Zhen Qingchen was hiding in. Although he felt that the beast bone was not ordinary, he did not find anything out of the ordinary from it. So Du Xiaofu did not put it into his Cosmo sack. He only kept it in his bosom, and when he had time he took it out and studied it. And just now Du Xiaofu seemed to feel that there was a kind of fluctuation from the beast bone. He immediately took it out and held it in his hand. He carefully examined it. The color of the beast bone seemed to be a little different from usual. There was a kind of lightning aura. However, after carefully studying it, Du Xiaofu still did not find anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that I felt it wrong? The lightning aura should be contaminated by the lightning pool. Du Xiaofu murmured softly. After he continued to put the beast bone into his bosom, He stood up and stretched. Not bad, kid. You actually broke through to the complete Xiantian realm. Your speed is quite fast. However, don't forget that the Xiantian realm is the most important level to build a good foundation. You must not be impatient. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it. Zhen Qingquan's voice rang out. A wave of aura came out from the little pagoda in Du Xiaofu's bosom. Then it condensed into a human figure in the room. A wretched face appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. You still have the nerve to come out. Did you not hear me when I called you? When Du Xiaofu saw Zhen Qingquan, his face immediately turned ugly. During the battle, Du Xiaofu had contacted Zhen Qingquan, who was in the little pagoda. He wanted to ask if Zhen Qingquan had any way to deal with Qin Shiping, who knew that Zhen Qingquan would not reply. Zhen Qingquan did not mind. He smiled and said, I did not expect that the lightning pool would have some effect on my recovery. I absorbed a little of the energy, so I did not have time to deal with you these few days. When Du Xiaofu heard this, his eyes lit up. He asked, How much have you recovered? How much can I recover? I only gained some benefits. If I want to completely recover, it will not be so easy. Zhen Qingquan's face was calm. His tone was somewhat emotional. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu. His inverted, triangular eyebrows moved slightly. He asked Du Xiaofu, You have seen the lightning lion, right? Yes, I have. Du Xiaofu nodded. He glanced at Zhen Qingquan and said, You are not thinking about the lightning lion, are you? I'm not interested. If the thunder demonic lion was a few dozen times stronger, I might be interested. Zhen Qingquan stared at Du Xiaofu. Then his tone softened. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Although I did not have time to deal with you these few days, I know what happened. I did not expect that you would have some style. You are indeed my little brother. We're sworn brothers, not lackeys. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was getting more and more boastful. If the lightning lion was 10 times stronger, how terrifying would it be? Sworn brothers and followers are the same. They are all the same. Zhen Qingquan chuckled. His smile was still so special. He then continued, However, the lightning lion's cultivation is not bad. It is at the complete level of the Beast Lord realm. If it can break through this level, it will be able to step into the Beast King realm. At that time, it will be able to form a human body and be considered a king. From Zhen Qingquan's words, Du Xiaofu guessed that after the Beast Lord realm was the Beast King realm. Then, after the Martial Lord realm, it should be the Martial King realm. So the Lightning Lion has reached the complete level of the Beast Lord realm. After hearing this, Du Xiaofu knew that the Lightning Lion had reached the complete level of the Beast Lord realm. No wonder Qin Shiping was unable to resist and was not its opponent. Unfortunately, the Lightning Lion's life has come to an end. Its oil lamp has dried up. It will not be able to hold on for much longer. Zhen Qingquan said softly. Du Xiaofu lifted his gaze and said, Could it be that Senior Thunder Lion was faking it? That last bit of strength was just an act? Chapter 96. That's right. It's just the final radiance of the setting sun. If there are no accidents, its time will be up in a few days, Zhen Qingquan said. Sigh, Du Xiaofu sighed softly. The Thunder Lion had protected the Stone City for hundreds of years. When its time was up, it had even laid down a plan to completely eliminate the hidden dangers of the Stone City. But in the end, it still couldn't escape death. Why are you sighing? The Thunder Demonic Lion is nearing the end of its lifespan. Speaking of which, it's all because of its old illness. If it can be cured of its old illness, it will definitely regain its vitality. If it can make another breakthrough, then it will have some prospects. Zhen Qingquan said to Du Xiaofu disapprovingly. What did you say? Don't tell me you are able to heal the injuries on Senior Lightning Demonic Lion's body? Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately landed on Zhen Qingquan. What are you so nervous for? Calling a demonic beast senior? You weren't so respectful to me in the past. Zhen Qingquan pursed his lips. Thinking back to how this perverted bastard had used virgin urine to suppress evil, he couldn't help but feel angry. Brother Ching-chun, you're already my big brother. Why are you so petty? I now respect you from the bottom of my heart. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's face was instantly filled with smiles. He said to Zhen Qingchun, "Tell me, is there any way to cure Senior Thunder Lion's injuries?" Zhen Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "That Thunder Lion has nothing to do with you. Why are you so anxious? No matter what, Senior Thunder Lion had helped me in the lightning pool. You can consider it as me repaying my debt." Du Xiaofu's gaze wavered. Actually, he didn't know why either. Perhaps it was because seeing the Thunder Lion in the stone room was like seeing an old man who had sacrificed a lot for the Stone City. His heart was moved. If he could help in any way he could, it would make him feel a little better. If that's the case, I did receive a small amount of benefits from him in the lightning pool. Zhen Qingchun stared at Du Xiaofu. His triangular eyes turned serious as he said, "That's right. The Thunder Lion is poisoned, and it's not an ordinary poison. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so helpless. It's because of that poison that the Thunder Lion has reached this stage." "What kind of poison?" Du Xiaofu asked. "It should be the poison of a flame poison Yao Jiao. The flame poison Yao Jiao is a type of WYRM. It can also be considered as a branch of dragons. However, it is far inferior compared to real dragons. Even so, its bloodline is still very strong." Zhen Qingchun said, "Demon beasts with the bloodline of dragons are all extremely powerful. How do you know?" Du Xiaofu asked in confusion. Zhen Qingchun rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "The Yi family's lightning pool contains the essence blood of the Thunder Lion. I also received some benefits from the lightning pool. So I know about the Thunder Lion's condition? So, in order to treat the Thunder Lion's poison, the only way is to remove the poison from the flame poison Yao Jiao." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Zhen Qingchun raised his eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu with a hint of mockery. He said, "Do you think that the flame poison Yao Jiao's poison is an ordinary poison? The Thunder Lion's bloodline is also not weak. Ordinary poisons are useless against it. However, the flame poison Yao Jiao's poison is extremely powerful. Even some top alchemy symbol masters may not be able to do anything about it." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately frowned. His eyes narrowed, but then he looked at Zhen Qingchun and said, "Brother Qingchun, from your tone, you must have a way. Don't keep me in suspense." Zhen Qingchun laughed, but his smile was really unflattering. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The one who has a way is you, not me." "How can I have a way?" Du Xiaofu was stunned, and his face was full of confusion. Zhen Qingchun rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said like an old scholar, "After all, you are still a rookie. You know too little. Don't forget that you are practicing the cultivation method of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. The blood flowing in your body is similar to that of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan." "Does it matter?" Du Xiaofu still did not understand. "Don't interrupt. Let me finish." Zhen Qingchun said bluntly to Du Xiaofu, "Do you know that in ancient times the true rocks that dominated the world ate dragons? Although the Golden-Winged Rock Clan is not comparable to the true rocks of ancient times, the poisonous flame serpent dragon is far from being comparable to the true dragons. Therefore, you can completely suppress the poisonous flame serpent dragon." After pausing for a moment, Zhen Qingchun continued, "If my guess is correct, as long as you use your blood as an elixir for that lightning demonic lion to consume, and then use your profound qi to help that lightning demonic lion dispel the poison, I believe that not only will the flame poison demonic dragon's poison on that lightning demonic lion's body be dispelled, you might even be able to obtain quite a few benefits. You have to know that the blood in your body is similar to the blood of the golden-winged Great Peng. To all demonic beasts, it is a great treasure." "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu was surprised. "Someone is coming. I will enter the pagoda first." Zhen Qingchun felt that someone was approaching. He immediately turned into a wave of energy and entered the pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. Xiaofu, are you here? As Zhen Xingchen entered the pagoda, Du Zhixiong's voice came from the courtyard. Second uncle, why did you come personally? Du Xiaofu was surprised. He opened the door and quickly walked into the courtyard. It was second uncle, Du Zhixiong, who had come. He was carrying a jar of wine, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. In the courtyard, the drunkard's father was still drunk and lying on the rattan chair, drinking and enjoying himself. The jar of good wine was naturally brought for him. How are you? Have you recovered? Are your injuries serious? Seeing Du Xiaofu, Du Zhixiong immediately asked nervously. His gaze was also carefully sizing up Du Xiaofu. It's no big deal. It's just a small matter. Du Xiaofu smiled. He could see that second uncle, Du Zhixiong, had not recovered from his injuries. However, it should not be a big deal. It's good that you are fine. Du Zhixiong smiled. Then, as if he had thought of something, he said, I forgot. The girl from the Yi clan is still waiting for you. She wants you to go to the Yi clan. Your eldest uncle wants you to go take a look. Okay, Du Xiaofu nodded. Then he said to his drunkard father, Father, I will go out for a while. Second uncle can accompany you and chat. Don't drink too much wine. After speaking, Du Xiaofu immediately left the courtyard. Seeing Du Xiaofu's figure disappear from the courtyard, Du Zhixiong withdrew his gaze. He sat down next to the rattan chair and directly threw the jar of wine at Du Tingshuan's stomach. He said, Third brother, you gave birth to a good son. Du Tingxian sat up and greedily sniffed the wine jar. He lightly said, Good wine. Third brother, I am talking to you. I have discussed with eldest brother. We plan to send Xiaofu to the main clan. With Xiaofu's current talent, he can only receive the best training in the main clan. If he stays in Stone City, it will only destroy him. Du Zhixiong looked at Du Tingxian and said. Du Tingxian raised his head. His long hair covered his face as he looked at Du Zhixiong. He lightly said, Second brother, I have said before, we will never have any relationship with the main clan. Never. Du Zhixiong looked at Du Tingxian. His gaze fluctuated. He hesitated for a moment before probing. Second brother, can you tell us what happened 16 years ago? 16 years ago, you suddenly came back. 16 years ago, the main clan no longer had any contact with us. And now you have become like this. You are no longer as high-spirited as before. Don't ask anymore. The way you are now is good. It is already good. Du Tingxian lightly said. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Du Zhixiong didn't ask any more questions. He had asked this question countless times over the years, but this was the first time Old Third had spoken so much. Third brother, drink less wine. Eldest brother and I have been waiting. We are waiting for the Old Third brother to come back. After saying that, Du Zhixiong stood up and left the courtyard. Sitting on the rattan chair, Du Tingxian stared blankly ahead. After a long time, he brushed the messy hair on his forehead, revealing a handsome and resolute face. Under two thick eyebrows, his eyes were deep and big. They were unusually bright, like two twinkling stars in the night sky. This is already very good. We are very good. Ao Tong, how about you? Greetings, Brother Xiaofu. Xiaofu, have you recovered from your injuries? Du Xiaofu left the courtyard. Along the way, he was greeted by all kinds of people from the Du clan. Finally, he arrived at the hall and saw Yi Zijin from the Yi clan. After seeing Du Xiaofu, Yi Zijin's tense brows finally relaxed a little from her nervous expression. From Yi Zijin, Du Xiaofu found out that the Lightning Lion wanted to see him. He immediately followed Yi Zijin to the Yi clan. An hour later, the two of them hurriedly rode on demonic beast mounts and arrived at the Yi family. Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Zijin, who had been frowning, and finally could not help but ask, Missy, may I know why the Lightning Demonic Lion Senior wants to see me? Hearing this, Yi Zijin's beautiful face slightly moved. She squeezed out a smile and said, I don't know either. Lezu said that he wanted to see you, so I went to the Du clan to look for you. Could it be the lightning lion? Du Xiaofu's expression darkened. He frowned and didn't say the rest of his words. He believed that Yi Zijin definitely understood. Yi Zijin seemed to be surprised that Du Xiaofu could guess. The trace of a smile on her beautiful face disappeared. She looked at Du Xiaofu and hesitated for a moment. Then she opened her mouth and said, You guessed right. Lezu might not be able to make it. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly changed. He immediately urged Yi Zijin, Quickly bring me there. Quickly. Yi Zijin was puzzled. It seemed that Du Xiaofu cared more about Lezu than the Yi clan. However, she immediately quickened her pace. Chapter 97. Back in the stone room, Du Xiaofu saw the thunder lion that looked like a dying old man. Inside the stone room, Yi Guang and Yi Baolin stood respectfully to the side. Both of them looked dignified with tears in their eyes. Little brat, you're here? You've recovered quite quickly. Seeing that Du Xiaofu had come, the thunder lion raised its head. Its eyes had lost their original luster. It was completely different from the soul-shaking, domineering, and valiant look it had when it killed Qin Shiping. Senior, I'm here. Looking at the thunder lion in front of him, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of sadness in his heart. I'm going to die. The oil lamp has run out. I can't hold on any longer. The thunder lion looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Senior, Just as Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, the thunder lion interrupted Du Xiaofu and said, I've decided. After I die, my bones will be shared by you and the Yi clan. My essence blood will also be given to you and the Yi clan. I hope you can protect the Stone City together in the future. Lezu, Yi Guang, and Yi Baolin's eyes trembled. They didn't care about Du Xiaofu's presence and immediately knelt in front of the thunder lion. Lezu has protected the Yi clan and the Stone City for so many years. How can we take Lezu's bones and essence blood? If Lezu can't even keep his bones after he dies, how can the Yi clan face the world? Yi Baolin raised his head and looked at the thunder lion. I'm already dead. What's the point of my bones? The thunder lion looked at Yi Baolin and said, Back then, your Yi clan's ancestor saved my life. It was because of me that he died so early. Otherwise, with his talent, he would have been able to achieve great things in this world. I promised him that as long as I live, I would protect the Yi family and Shicheng. After I die, I hope that my bones and essence blood can nurture a strong warrior for the Yi family to make up for the regret in my heart. Lezu, you can't do this. Yi Baolin's eyes were wet. He couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Yi Zijin also respectfully knelt beside her father. She looked at the thunder lion with tears in her eyes, making people feel pity for her. Demonic beasts are many times stronger than most humans. This thunder lion shouldn't die like this. A mosquito-like whisper entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu could tell that it was Zhen Qingquan's voice from the small pagoda in his bosom. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were also wet. This thunder lion was repaying its debt of gratitude for hundreds of years. Now that his life was about to end, he actually took the initiative to leave behind his mystic bones and blood essence to repay his kindness. I've decided. No need to say no more words. Calm the thunder lion, signaled Yi Baolin to stop talking. Then it looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Little brat, I know that sooner or later you won't be a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky and spread your wings. I owed the Yi clan's ancestor a favor, so I swore to protect the Yi clan and the Stone City. As for you, it can be said that you have received a favor from me. Today, I will give you the bones and essence blood. I hope that you can promise me that as long as you are alive, you will continue this vow for me. Is that possible? Du Xiaofu looked at the thunder lion. After a while, he said, Senior, do you have the poison from the poisonous flame dragon? Following Du Xiaofu's words, Yi Guang, Yi Baolin, and Yi Zijin's gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. In the entire Yi clan, only the three of them knew about the poison on Lei Zhu's body. How did Du Xiaofu know about it? Yes, it is the poison from the poisonous flame dragon. It has been hundreds of years. It has entered my body and can no longer be cured. The Thunder Lion replied. Looking at the Thunder Lion, Du Xiaofu was silent for a while. Then he said, Senior, I might be able to cure the poison from the poisonous flame dragon. What? You can cure the poison from the poisonous flame dragon? Is it true? If it is true, no matter what the price, my Yi clan is willing. Yi Guang and Yi Baolin stood up. Their gazes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. Their eyes were full of expectation, but also suspicion. For so many years, every generation of the Yi clan had tried to think of a way. They had even secretly invited many powerful talisman masters, but they were all helpless. Du Xiaofu, can you really cure Lei Zhu's poison? Yi Zijin stood up. Her hands subconsciously pulled on Du Xiaofu's arm. Her eyes were full of expectation. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment. Then he said, I can't guarantee it, but I have an 80% chance. Please cure Lei Zhu. As long as it can be cured, my Yi clan is willing to pay any price. Yi Guang and Yi Baolin both looked at Du Xiaofu with pleading eyes. Please cure Lei Zhu's poison, I beg you. Yi Zijin also shook Du Xiaofu's arm and begged. Miss Yi, you have to let go of me. Only then can I treat the Thunder Lion's injury. Du Xiaofu looked at Yi Zijin and smiled. Yi Zijin realized that she had lost her composure. She was actually holding on tightly to his arm. Other than her father, this was the first time she had been so close to a man. Her cheeks were slightly red, but her mind immediately fell on Lei Zhu's poison. She looked at Du Xiaofu with pleading eyes. I will try my best. Du Xiaofu said to Yi Zijin and the other two. Then he looked at the Thunder Lion and said, Senior, let me try. Okay, I will let you try. Let's see what you can do. The Thunder Lion nodded. Its eyes were calm. In these hundreds of years, who knew how many methods it had thought of? But none of them worked. At this moment, to the Thunder Lion, this was just the last time. Anyway, it was going to die soon. It didn't want to die alone. Du Xiaofu, when do we start? Do you need to prepare anything? I will go prepare immediately. Yi Baolin looked at Du Xiaofu nervously and asked. From now on, you don't need to prepare anything. Just give me a big bowl. Also, when I am treating the Thunder Lion's poison, don't let anyone come in and disturb me. Also, help me tell my uncle that I will be staying here for a few days. Du Xiaofu said. Yi Guang nodded and said to Du Xiaofu, absolutely no problem. I will personally guard the door. If anyone wants to come in, they will have to wait for me to die. After a while, only Du Xiaofu and the Thunder Lion were left in the stone room. Kid, let's start. I will accompany you. The Thunder Lion looked at Du Xiaofu and said, although the old lion's body was not as strong as before, it still had a powerful aura. Begin. I will teach you how to do it, step by step. This is extremely difficult for others, but you practice the cultivation method of the golden winged roc. The blood in your body is similar to that of the golden winged roc, so it won't be too difficult for you. At most, it will be a little harder. Zhen Qingchuan's voice, which was as soft as a mosquito's, entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu began to move. With Zhen Qingchuan's step-by-step guidance, he felt a lot more relaxed. Swish! Under the Thunder Lion's surprised gaze, Du Xiaofu took out a dagger from his Qingquan bag and slit his wrist. Then, a stream of pale golden blood dripped out of his veins and fell into the bowl that was already prepared. Boom! As the pale golden blood dripped from Du Xiaofu's wrist, the stone room suddenly trembled. Within the pale golden blood, mysterious runes emerged. In an instant, it began to ripple with a terrifying aura. Within the aura, it seemed as if the energy of heaven and earth was gathering towards the golden blood. The stone room shone with a pale golden light, like the rising sun. The aura was monstrous. This is The lightning demonic lion's originally calm eyes suddenly fluctuated violently. Its lying body trembled as it stood up. Within the golden blood, the aura that spread out caused its heart to tremble. It was naturally suppressed. That aura was something that even it had to fear. Senior, after consuming this blood, I will use my profound energy to help you remove the poison in your body. Du Xiaofu pressed a few fingerprints on his wrist that had cut his skin and stopped the blood from dripping out. Then he placed a small bowl of pale golden blood in front of the Thunder Lion. The pale golden blood emitted a dazzling golden light. Energy surged and mysterious runes emerged. It was as if a golden winged rock was about to fly out from the bowl of pale golden blood. Feeling the energy fluctuations within the golden blood, the Thunder Lion looked at Du Xiaofu with trembling eyes. It could faintly understand why Du Xiaofu said that he could heal its injuries. The lion's eyes were filled with excitement. For hundreds of years, it never thought that it would feel hopeful when the oil lamp was about to dry up. One could imagine how it felt. This is the aura of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Kid, I won't be polite. The Thunder Lion looked at Du Xiaofu and nodded. Without saying anything, a suction force surged out of its mouth. Immediately, the pale, golden blood in Du Xiaofu's bowl was sucked into its mouth and swallowed. Boom! The instant the lightning demonic lion swallowed the pale golden blood from Du Xiaofu's body, its body violently trembled. Lightning began to flicker all over its body. Gradually, a lightning glow began to gather in its eyes, which had originally lost its luster. At this moment, a terrifying energy started to spread out from the lightning demonic lion's body. Under this terrifying energy fluctuation, the lightning around the Thunder Lion's body became denser and denser. Faintly, a black flame fog seemed to want to drill out of its skin. Roar! The Thunder Lion let out a deep roar, as if it was suffering from some kind of pain. Looking at the black flame fog that spread out from the Thunder Lion's body, Du Xiaofu's expression became serious. It was likely that this black flame had something to do with the poison of the flame poison demonic dragon. Senior, hold on. I will lend you a hand. With a low shout, Du Xiaofu followed Zhen Qingquan's instructions and sat cross-legged in front of the lightning demonic lion. His hand seals changed, and a wave of pale golden profound energy surged out from his body, after which it rushed into the lightning demonic lion's body. The 18th update has arrived. In about 2 to 3 hours, Little You will continue to release explosive updates and ask for everyone's support. On the fresh flower list, we have accumulated for half a month, but in 6 hours, we have rushed to the 3rd place. Little You sincerely thanks all the brothers and sisters for their continued love for Little You. Little You will continue to rush the chapters. The 18th update has arrived, and Little You will continue to release explosive updates. Brothers, if you are happy with it, please give me all the fresh flowers. There's still 6 hours until midnight. The only thing Little You can do is to release explosive updates until midnight. The rest will be left to the brothers and sisters. Let's see if we can sweep the fresh flower list. Wherever we go, we will kill the gods. Little You once again thanks everyone for their love. Chapter 98. The lightning lion forcefully endured some kind of intense pain, lightning flashing all over its body as it tried its best to purge the poison from its body. Walala. With the help of Du Xiaofu's profound energy and blood, one could almost see faint wisps of black flame mist rapidly seeping out from the surface of its body, transforming into black runes. However, they were immediately surrounded and destroyed by golden runes and lightning runes. Time began to slowly pass. The runes and mysterious runes within the stone room surged, lightning flashed, and light shone brightly. The sun set in the west, its afterglow adding a golden glow to the continuous mountain range, causing the winding mountain range to become even darker. The sunset glow enveloped the mountain peak, casting its afterglow adding an unfathomable feeling to the mountain peak. A middle-aged man stood silently on the mountain peak, dressed in a loose black robe, his gaze fixed on the sky in front of him for a long time without moving. Chi. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air. Then there was a ripple of energy, as if there were runes and mysterious runes flashing. Then it transformed into a middle-aged man in white robes. Following the appearance of this middle-aged man, a terrifying aura swept through the mountain range. "What is the news from the clan?" The middle-aged man in black robes was not angry, and his gaze did not even waver. "We have roughly informed the clan of the situation here. The news from the clan is—" The middle-aged man in white robes walked to the side of the middle-aged man in black robes. His words paused for a moment before he continued. "The meaning of the clan is that back then one of them had already caused a huge commotion in the clan. Now that the little one is already able to cultivate, and his talent is barely passable, it is best to nip him in the bud, so as to prevent the situation that had finally calmed down from being affected again. We cannot allow any signs to emerge. The news has finally come from the clan. It has finally come." The black-robed middle-aged man suddenly turned around, and a ruthless gaze gushed out from his eyes. He carried a certain kind of excitement as he said in a deep and stern voice, "It's been 16 years, an entire 16 years. Because of that pair of father and son, we were exiled to this place where chickens don't lay eggs and birds don't shit. If we were in the clan, how could we have fallen to such a state in these 16 years? The white-clothed middle-aged man looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said, "However, according to the news from the clan, we have to do everything properly since we made a promise. It won't be good if someone finds any evidence that can be used against us. If this matter can be resolved properly, then we don't have to stay here any longer and can immediately return to the clan. If we didn't do it at all, why would there be any evidence left behind?" The black-robed, middle-aged man said in a gloomy voice. A cold smile appeared on his face. With a flash, he disappeared from the mountain peak. "Do we really have to do this? Is this really okay?" the white-clothed middle-aged man muttered softly. Soon after, his feet pushed off the ground and his body trembled. Following which, the mysterious symbols faintly surged and his body disappeared from the mountain peak. Dusk disappeared very quickly. Very quickly, the sun set behind the western mountains. As a result, the lawn wind in the valley carried a dense chill, driving the white fog down the mountain. The last of the sunset glow in the sky also disappeared. The shadow of the mountain peak pressed down on the dense forest in the mountain range. The shadow became thicker and thicker, gradually blending into the night. Under the night sky, in the study room of the Du family, Du Jixiong's eyes were filled with doubt. He said, "Big brother, is Xiaofu really treating the Thunder Lion in the Yi family? Could it be that he met with some trouble in the Yi family? After all, the only threat to the Yi family right now is our Du family. Yi Baolin came personally and did not hide the Thunder Lion's injury from us. Therefore it should be true." Du Jinwu said. "Then, does Xiaofu really have a way to treat the Thunder Lion?" Du Jixiong asked. "I don't know." Du Jinwu shook his head and said, "However, I am willing to believe in Xiaofu. That child has always been difficult to see through and has always surprised us. That child seems to be even stronger than our third brother back then." Du Jixiong pursed his lips and smiled. He then said, "However, compared to our third brother, he is more cunning, more ruthless, and more good at hiding." "Are you praising your own nephew?" Du Jinwu glanced at Du Jixiong and thought to himself, "Who would praise their own nephew like this? Of course I am praising him. This way, he will not be taken advantage of easily." Du Jixiong was sure that he was praising his nephew. From his experience, people who were cunning, ruthless, and good at hiding would not be taken advantage of. Honest people were too easy to be taken advantage of. For example, he had always thought of himself as an honest person. However, It seemed that everyone outside did not think so of him. Du Jinwoo did not say anything else. He just kept smiling. After a while, he said to Du Jixiong, second brother, "Do you think the girl from the Yi family is more suitable for Xiaofu, or the girl from the Bai family is more suitable for Xiaofu?" "I don't know. They both look good." Du Jixiong rubbed his head. He lowered his head and thought for a while. Then he looked up at Du Jinwoo and said, "Eldest brother, what do you think about letting Xiaofu marry both of them?" "That's a good idea. However, let's see what Xiaofu thinks first. That child is almost 17. He is not young anymore." Du Jinwoo said, "Our third brother only cares about drinking now. Therefore, we have to be more careful about these things." "That's right. We have to be more careful. When I have time, I will ask his aunt to ask." Du Jixiong said seriously. Achoo! In the stone room of the Yi family, Du Xiaofu did not know why, but he suddenly sneezed. Fortunately, he had done what he could. For a continuous day and night, he had used his profound energy to help the Thunder Lion dispel the flame poison demonic dragon's poison from its body. The consumption was too shocking, and it had already exhausted Du Xiaofu. Fortunately, the poisonous flame dragon's poison that had accumulated in the Thunder Lion's body for hundreds of years was almost completely dispelled. Crackle! In the stone room, Du Xiaofu looked at the Thunder Lion that was surrounded by lightning. It looked like a ball of lightning. He felt that everything was developing in a good direction. He was slightly relieved. The poisonous flame dragon's poison was almost completely dispelled. What happened next did not have much to do with him. As long as the Thunder Lion could hold on until the end, it would be able to regain its vitality. At that time, it would be equivalent to being reborn. It would be like being reborn from the ashes. "All right, there's nothing else for you to do. He will have to rely on himself." Zhen Qingchuan's voice sounded in Du Xiaofu's ear. Du Xiaofu stood up. His face was pale. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He had used up all his Xian Qi for one day and one night. He almost could not endure it. Outside the building that looked like a tower but wasn't a tower, at the edge of the field, Yi Zijin, Yi Baolin, and Yi Guang were waiting anxiously. Their gazes were constantly looking at the door. "Father, do you think Leizu can recover?" Yi Zijin looked at Yi Baolin and asked. Her bright eyes were filled with worry and anticipation. Her heartstrings were constantly stretched taut. "I hope he can." Yi Baolin paced back and forth. His expression was serious. He was also worried. "He's coming out." Yi Guang was the first to feel the fluctuation. He immediately looked at the door. The purple-robed youth was slowly walking out. "Xiaofu, how is it? Did you succeed?" Immediately, Yi Guang, Yi Baolin, and Yi Zijin walked over at the same time. 3 expectant gazes fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu looked at the expectant gazes of the 3 people, and a smile appeared on his pale face. He nodded and said, "Senior Thunder Demonic Lion is fine now. However, you should not disturb him for now. I estimate that it will take some time to completely eliminate the trouble left by the flame poison demonic dragon's poison." Hearing this, Yi Guang and the other 2's nervous faces began to relax. Their taut heartstrings relaxed and were immediately filled with joy. "Xiaofu, thank you, thank you." Yi Baolin excitedly held Du Xiaofu's hand. He was full of gratitude. He really did not expect that the youth in front of him had actually cured Leizu. "Xiaofu, my Yi clan owes you a big favor. Whatever you want, my Yi clan will definitely do it. Even if you want my life, I will not hesitate." Yi Guang looked at Du Xiaofu, trembling with gratitude. "Senior, you are too serious. I also owe Senior Thunder Lion a favor. This is what I should do." Du Xiaofu nodded. Although this time the Yi clan had actually schemed against the other clans, he had a good impression of the Yi clan. A clan that knew how to repay kindness and did not covet the Thunder Lion's inheritance was definitely not bad. "Thank you." Yi Zijin looked at Du Xiaofu. Her red lips slightly opened. She only said 2 simple words of thanks, but her eyes contained a lot more. I have consumed a lot of energy, so I have to go back and do some breathing exercises to recover. I will visit another day. Du Xiaofu bid farewell. After returning to the Du clan, Du Xiaofu directly went to the back mountain of the Du clan to do some breathing exercises to recover. The empty back mountain was more suitable for breathing exercises. As soon as Du Xiaofu returned to the Du clan, the Yi clan's Yi Baolin personally came to deliver a large amount of medicinal pills and other items. There were also many martial skills and cultivation methods. The Du clan's actions were shocking. Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong's expressions changed when they saw this. Yi Baolin left a sentence in the Yi clan. The Yi clan owes the Du clan a big favor. From now on, the Yi clan will be the Du clan's ally and forever friend. Whoever touches the Du clan will be touching the Yi clan. The Yi clan was the Du clan's ally, but it was not the Du clan that was the Yi clan's ally. The meaning of this sentence was very different. Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong roughly understood the result. It must be that Du Xiaofu really cured the Thunder Lion, so the Yi clan treated him like this. Yi Baolin even said that he would give the position of the Stone City's city lord to Du Xiaofu. He said it very seriously, without any intention of joking. This made Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong jump in shock. No matter what, they had to ask for Du Xiaofu's opinion. Chapter 99. With the restoration of the Stone City, peace was restored within the city. The streets were bustling with activity as usual. However, this liveliness also caused many factions to feel anxious. The Yi, Du, and Bai families had finally begun their purge of the Qin and Lao families. Those who were affiliated with the Qin and Lao families were either suppressed or purged. It was unknown who leaked out that the Qin family and the Lao family had been expelled from the Stone City. All their properties were naturally taken over by the Yi, Du, and Bai families. The Qin and Lao families had been completely uprooted. In the future, only 3 of the 5 great families were left in the Stone City. Du Xiaofu's name had become a household name in Stone Citadel. It was even more popular than his previous title of Young Masterful. It was rumored that all the unmarried women in the Stone City had set their sights on marrying Du Xiaofu. Unfortunately, no one had seen Du Xiaofu since that day. Many young ladies had purposely walked back and forth outside the Du family's gate, but they did not have the chance to see him. Many young men from the Du family had taken advantage of him. In just a few days, there were unmarried young men from the Du family who had found their other half. The mountain range was verdant, and the huge city was connected. The vast buildings were boundless. Chao Tianmong was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber in the majestic hall. His muscular body was like a bear's. He formed a seal with his hands, and his body was enveloped by a faint, black, profound qi. He was breathing slowly to recover his strength. Qi. When he withdrew his hand seal and the faint, black, dark qi flowed into his body, Chao Tianmong opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and his aura fluctuated. His injuries were recovering quickly. It was likely that Chao Tianmong had consumed a lot of expensive healing elixirs to achieve such an effect. However, it was still far from enough for him to fully recover from his injuries. Bastard! Damn the Qin family! Damn the Stone City! I will settle this score sooner or later. Chao Tianmong gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed coldly. He did not expect this to happen when he went to the Stone City to seize control of the Thunder Demonic Lion and the Stone City. From the beginning, he had wanted to use the Qin family to enter the Stone City, but in the end, he had been tricked by the Thunder Lion. From the beginning, he had been fooled and used by the Qin family. What, do you want revenge? An indifferent voice rang out. At the same time, the door to the secret chamber that no one could enter opened. The space fluctuated, and 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared in the secret chamber. Both of them were wearing cloaks. One of them was wearing a black robe, while the other was wearing a white robe. Their faces could not be seen, and there was no aura fluctuation coming from their bodies. Judging from their voices, they should be middle-aged. Barging into my secret chamber, you're courting death. Chao Tianmong's face darkened. He immediately dashed out and waved his muscular arm. A ferocious aura fluctuated, and a powerful fist print blasted towards the black-robed man. Chi! Suddenly, Chao Tianmong's eyes were filled with horror. His fist landed in front of the black-robed man, but it was unable to move forward. He could not even get close to the black-robed man. At the same time, the profound qi on Chao Tianmong's body strangely stagnated and even disappeared. Then his body involuntarily floated up. An aura of death climbed out from the depths of his soul. It was as if the black-robed man did not even need to attack. A thought from him could turn him into ashes. How powerful was he? Super experts, they are super experts. Chao Tianmong's eyes were filled with fear. The two men in front of him were definitely super experts. They were not people he could fight against. Bang! Chao Tianmong's body fell heavily to the ground. The profound qi that had disappeared from his body began to recover. The aura of death in the depths of his soul also began to quietly disappear. Don't even think about attacking me. In front of me, your mysterious meridian spirit realm cultivation is just an ant. An indifferent voice rang out from the black-robed man. When Chao Tianmong heard it, his hair stood on end. I don't dare. May I ask why the two of you are looking for me? May I know if I have offended the two of you? If so, I will definitely apologize. Although Chao Tianmong was a burly man, he was smart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become the princess of Flowing Cloud County. At this moment, he knew that the two men in front of him were super experts. As the princess of Flowing Cloud County, he was nothing in front of them. It would be easy for them to kill him. If they did not kill him now, it meant that they had something to ask of him. The black-robed man looked at Chao Tianmong and said, "Do you want to go to Stone City to seek revenge?" Chao Tianmong was stunned. He then shook his head and said, "My lord, Stone City is a little special. It is completely different from ordinary cities. There are many experts in it. I am afraid that even if I mobilize all the experts in Flowing Cloud County, I will not be able to do anything to Stone City." Chao Tianmong knew very well that with Qin Shiping's strength, he could not do anything to him. He did not know how Stone City was now, and whether the Thunder Demonic Lion's remains had fallen into the hands of the Qin clan. He had been recuperating for the past few days, so he did not know what was going on outside. Let me ask you, do you want to go back and seek revenge? Do you want the Thunder Demonic Lion's bones and blood essence? The black-robed man asked. Yes. Chao Tianmong hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. That Qin Shiping of the Pulse Spirit Realm, who is at the Nirvana Realm, has already been killed by the Thunder Demonic Lion. That Thunder Demonic Lion, which is not weak, is also completely exhausted. It no longer has the power to fight back. If you attack now, I'm afraid no one in the Stone City can stop you. We will also secretly support you, the black-robed man said. Qin Shiping is dead. Chao Tianmong was shocked when he heard this. It seemed that many things had happened after he left that day. His eyes lit up and he said, "Sir, may I ask why you are helping me? Is it because of the Thunder Demonic Lion?" The black-robed man said indifferently, "A Thunder Demonic Lion is nothing to us. We're helping you because it is inconvenient for us to show our faces. So, we need you to do something for us. As long as you do it, we will help you get everything you want in Stone City, including the Thunder Demonic Lion." "What is it?" Chao Tianmong asked. "I want you to kill Du Xiaofu from the Du clan. I don't want him to live," the black-robed man said. Du Xiaofu. Chao Tianmong thought of the purple-robed young man. His eyes flashed with coldness. He gritted his teeth and said, "That little bastard, I can't wait to crush his bones and scatter his ashes." This is a spirit movement pill. After you consume it, you will be able to quickly recover from your injuries and increase your cultivation. You better go to Stone City as soon as possible. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he and the white-robed man disappeared from the secret chamber. A pill with rich energy fluctuations appeared in front of Chao Tianmong. Spirit movement pill, a complete spiritual grade pill. Even though Chao Tianmong was the lord of a county, he was still pleasantly surprised when he saw the elixir in front of him. This level of elixir was absolutely priceless. It was impossible for ordinary people to take it out. Stone City, just you wait. The next time I go there, I will raze Stone City to the ground. Chao Tianmong's eyes flashed with coldness. He swallowed the spirit movement pill and continued to sit cross-legged in the secret chamber. Phew! At the back mountain of the Du clan, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on a rock. The golden light around his body converged, and he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He opened his eyes, and a faint golden light flashed in his eyes. Then his eyes became clear again. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger let out a low roar. Its tiger-sized body nimbly jumped in front of Du Xiaofu and stared intently at Du Xiaofu. How are your injuries? Have you recovered? Du Xiaofu felt that the king-scaled demonic tiger's aura was almost fully recovered. It seemed like the king-scaled demonic tiger also had a set of powerful recovery skills. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger nodded, as if to tell Du Xiaofu that it was fine. All right. Du Xiaofu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He took out a jade bottle from his bosom. A terrifying wave of energy emanated from the jade bottle. It seemed as if it was about to gush out. A faint golden talisman rune was about to break out of the bottle. Holding the jade bottle, Du Xiaofu said to the king-scaled demonic tiger, "The blood in my body is similar to the blood of the golden-winged rock. It is a treasure to demonic beasts like you. I specially made some for you. Try it and see if it has any effect." Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared, as if it completely understood Du Xiaofu's words. Its tiger body suddenly prostrated in front of Du Xiaofu. After 3 consecutive kowtows, it jumped up and a suction force gushed out of its mouth. It sucked the jade bottle into its mouth and then turned around and disappeared from Du Xiaofu's sight. You're really willing to part with it. This big worm is really lucky. Zhen Qingquan's phantom image appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Is my blood really beneficial to demonic beasts? Du Xiaofu asked Zhen Qingquan. Of course, for all demonic beasts. Your blood is simply an irresistible treasure. Zhen Qingquan glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, if other demonic beasts knew that the blood flowing in your body is similar to that of the golden-winged rock clan, and that you are a rookie in the Xiantian realm, I'm afraid that thousands of demonic beasts would come and tear you apart alive. It can't be that scary. Du Xiaofu smacked his lips. This was too scary. It seemed that he not only had to hide the fact that he practiced the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock clan from others, but he also had to hide it from demonic beasts. He had to be more careful in the future. Brothers, the number of fresh flowers is now 145. You are only 25 away from second place on the fresh flower list and 27 away from first place on the fresh flower list. Xiao Yu continued to write. The next chapter is in 2 hours. Brothers, can you poke the chrysanthemums of the 2 gods in 2 hours? Chapter 100. It's not just a little scary. Zhan Qingquan said to Du Xiaofu, your blood is almost the same as the golden-winged great pung bird. Your bloodline is not something that ordinary beasts can compare with. If ordinary beasts can get your blood, not only will they be able to increase their cultivation, they might even be able to obtain the secret techniques of the golden-winged great pung bird clan. The scariest thing is that once the bloodline in your body is activated, there is a possibility of atavism. Atavism? Zhen Qingquan looked at Du Xiaofu and said, that big worm is a king-scaled demonic tiger. It's ranked on the Earth Beast ranking, so it's not bad. It's already a little special, showing signs of atavism. Once a truly atavism, its bloodline will skyrocket and its future will be limitless. It might even be promoted to the heavenly beast ranking. Du Xiaofu was moved. He had already heard about the earth beast ranking and the heavenly beast ranking from Zhen Qingchen. Among the beasts, according to the combination of bloodline and various beasts' supernatural powers, there were 2 ranking lists in the human and beast world. Above the ordinary beasts were the beasts ranked on the earth beast ranking. Above the earth beast ranking was the even more powerful heavenly beast ranking. The beasts ranked on the earth beast ranking were already extremely powerful, and the beasts ranked on the heavenly beast ranking were even more powerful. It was rumored that the beasts ranked on the heavenly beast ranking were all ferocious. Any one of them could grow to a terrifying level, and all of them had extraordinary supernatural powers. Even those peerless existences in the human world might not be able to deal with the terrifying beasts ranked on the heavenly beast ranking. Zhen Qingchen continued, "That king-scaled demonic tiger has already shown signs of atavism. Now that it has obtained your blood, it might undergo some unexpected changes. However, how far it can advance depends on how far it can go. The Tiger Clan is famous on the heavenly beast ranking." When Du Xiaofu heard Zhen Qingchuan's words, he suddenly looked forward to it. If the king-scaled demon tiger could become stronger, it would naturally be a good thing for him. Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "You've made great progress in your martial arts cultivation recently. You should also pay attention to your cultivation as a talisman master. Let me see the 5 elements energy talisman you've recently comprehended." "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded, and the expression on his resolute face turned serious. He took a deep breath and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, waves of energy fluctuations fluctuated around his body, and runes appeared on his hand seal. Boom! When the last handprint was condensed, white, green, black, red, and yellow runes of energy emerged from Du Xiaofu's body and soared into the sky. The mysterious runes of the white, green, black, red, and yellow runes lingered and spread. They seemed to be able to change infinitely and give birth to all things in the world. They were vast and mysterious. A terrifying aura swept out like a storm. Looking at the 5 elements energy talisman master condensed by Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qingchuan's pupil shrank and there was a flash of shock. He wanted to curse in his heart. "This abnormal bastard is too abnormal. Brother Qingchen, how's my comprehension? Can I officially cultivate talisman arrays?" Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal, and the 5 elements energy talisman master disappeared. The terrifying aura storm around him also disappeared. "You can officially cultivate talisman arrays." Zhen Qingchen took a deep breath, and the shock in his eyes disappeared. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You have more or less understood the basic knowledge of talisman arrays. The so-called talisman array is to mobilize the 5 elements energy talisman master for your own use. Before you arrange the talisman array, you have to cultivate the array flag." "Array flag?" Du Xiaofu wasn't too familiar with it. Zhen Qingchen nodded and said, "You have to integrate the 5 elements energy talisman master and change the world. The array flag can cover all things. It's vast and subtle and all-encompassing. Finally, you have to arrange the talisman array. I'm looking forward to it." Du Xiaofu chuckled. His heart was full of expectations. The legendary talisman master could overturn rivers and seas and change the color of the world with a single talisman master. How powerful was that? Zhen Qingchuan's face twitched. Then he waved his hand in an illusory manner. Talisman runes began to spread on his small, childlike palm. As his hand seals changed, various talisman runes began to change. Everything seemed simple, but in fact it was extremely complicated and vast. Boom! When the last hand seal changed, Zhen Qingchen also arranged a mysterious array flag in his palm. It was the size of an adult's palm. The flag swayed, but it emitted a special kind of fluctuation. It seemed as if the surrounding heaven and earth energy was quietly surging. This is the array flag. It's an essential item to arrange the talisman array, Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was full of expectations. He impolitely urged, "Brother Qingchen, quickly teach me how to arrange the talisman array." Zhen Qingchen chuckled and looked at Du Xiaofu maliciously. He said, "My talisman array is a little different from others. You have to be prepared." Du Xiaofu glanced at him and said, "What's the difference? Isn't it just teaching by hand?" "Humph." Zhen Qingchen softly snorted from his throat. He raised his eyebrows and said in an extremely arrogant manner, "Teaching by hand? Only mediocre people teach by hand. Have you heard of this saying? If you want to learn how to beat someone, you have to learn how to take a beating. If you don't learn how to take a beating, how can you beat someone?" What does this have to do with arranging the talisman array? Du Xiaofu looked at Zhen Qingchen in confusion. He seemed to feel a bad premonition from the latter's wretched gaze. "Of course it's related," Zhen Qingchen chuckled, after which his hand seals changed once again. Immediately, numerous array flags were formed. Wave after wave of vast and mighty energy, fluctuations were emitted, after which the array flags left his hands one after another. Finally, they landed in the surrounding space and disappeared without a trace, just like water droplets that had merged into the sea. Boom! The instant those array flags disappeared, Du Xiaofu suddenly felt waves of terrifying energy, fluctuations surging in the surrounding area. The surrounding space trembled and distorted violently. Following a blur in front of his eyes, his surroundings instantly changed. Where is this? In this strange space, the surrounding rocks and trees had disappeared without a trace. It was dusky, and the spatial energy was violent, making it difficult for one to stand firmly. "Kid, if you want to arrange the talisman array, you have to first learn how to break it. Once you know how to break it, it will naturally be easier to arrange it. However, before you break it, you have to properly train within the talisman array. This is a small 2-star offensive talisman array. If you can't break it, then you have to bear the consequences." Haha. Zhen Qingchuan's wretched voice sounded out from some unknown place in Du Xiaofu's ears. "Brother Qingchen, you didn't teach me how to break the talisman array at all." Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted out, "Comprehend it yourself. If you have the ability, then comprehend it yourself. If you can't comprehend it, then you're stupid," Zhen Qingchen proudly said. Bang, bang, bang! Following Zhen Qingchuan's words, within the strange, violent space, energy-light pillars appeared out of nowhere. Accompanied by waves of mysterious fluctuations, they violently rushed towards Du Xiaofu, making it difficult for Du Xiaofu to dodge. "Brother Qingchen, you didn't teach me how to comprehend it." Du Xiaofu could only activate his body refinement technique to resist. For a time, he was simply unable to dodge. Immediately, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he was attacked. "Zhen Qingchen, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" "Zhen Qingchen, you must have done it on purpose. Quickly tell me how to break the talisman array. Otherwise, I won't let you off." "Brother Qingchen, please tell me how to break the talisman array." On a towering tree, Zhen Qingchuan's illusory figure sat cross-legged as he looked down at the sky, listening to the blood-curdling screams and wails. A satisfied smile appeared on his wretched face. Finally, he could take his revenge. "Brat, I'll let you show off. If you have the ability, then comprehend it again." Zhen Qingchen smiled. He decided that this time he must properly take care of this brat and take his revenge. Within the talisman array, Du Xiaofu let out a blood-curdling scream. Fortunately, it was only a 2-star talisman array, and the attack power was still within the range that he could withstand. Although he covered his head and fled like a rat, his face covered in dirt, it did not make Du Xiaofu completely lose the ability to resist. "Zhen Qingchen, after I get out of here, I won't let you off." Du Xiaofu calmed down. While resisting the continuous attacks, He also studied the energy attack trajectories that appeared out of nowhere. Gradually, he entered a state of comprehension. If you can comprehend it without a teacher, then I'll be convinced. No longer hearing Du Xiaofu's blood-curdling screams, Zhen Qingchen was clearly somewhat disappointed. However, Zhen Qingchen immediately became complacent. He did not believe that this brat could comprehend it without a teacher. He could use this opportunity to properly teach this brat a lesson. At the same time, he could also strike down this brat's arrogance and make this brat behave in front of him in the future. No, it's not like this. The 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It seems to be like this. No, these 5 elemental symbols are not right within the talisman array, Du Xiaofu pondered while dodging the attacks of the talisman array. From time to time, he would mutter to himself. Within the talisman array, he gradually became more relaxed. After several hours, Du Xiaofu was already like a fish in water within the talisman array. The attacks of the talisman array could no longer get close to him. Every time those energy attacks appeared out of thin air, his body seemed to be able to predict them in advance, and he avoided those energy attacks in an arc that he had just barely dodged. Zhen Qingchen, who was on the towering tree, was surprised again. He seemed to have a bad premonition. Why can't I break the talisman array? Within the talisman array, Du Xiaofu pondered. He was able to move freely within the talisman array, but he was still unable to break the talisman array. I understand. The talisman array is arranged by the talisman array. It contains the 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth and the changes of all things in heaven and earth. Naturally, there is a place where the eye of the talisman array converges. As long as I can find the eye of the talisman array, I can naturally break the talisman array. Within the talisman array, Du Xiaofu pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. It was as if he had an epiphany. In an hour, our brothers have pierced the chrysanthemums of 2 great gods. This is too abnormal. Everyone is as abnormal as ever. I finally realized that everyone is obsessed with the chrysanthemums of the great god of explosion. Chapter 101. Crackle. Dodging another 2 energy attacks, Du Xiaofu suddenly leapt 3 steps forward. With a shake of the long sleeves of his purple robes, he stretched out his palm, a pale, golden, profound energy flickering at his fingertips. Then his hand seals changed. With a clench of his 5 fingers, a fist imprint abruptly landed on the faint point of spatial distortion in front of him. Bang! A deep, sonic boom rang out, and the surrounding space instantly trembled. Then, like a broken mirror, it shattered with a crash. A huge wave of energy spread out, and everything returned to normal. Du Xiaofu surveyed his surroundings. He was still in the same spot, but the time had already changed from morning to dusk. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can you be self-taught and break a seal array in just a few hours? Zhen Qingchuan's astonished face appeared before Du Xiaofu's eyes. His mind seemed to freeze for a moment, and a trace of disbelief appeared in his originally vulgar gaze. He could never have imagined that Du Xiaofu would be able to break his seal array in just a few hours the first time he had officially come into contact with it. Although it was only a 2-star seal array he had casually set up, and in his current state he could only set up some low-level seal arrays. He currently did not have the strength to set up any high-level ones. But for a 2-star seal array, for a seal array master who had just officially come into contact with seal arrays, if there was no one to guide him, he would most likely not be able to succeed even in 3 months or even at all. But this abnormal bastard brat in front of him had actually broken his seal array in just a few hours. How could Zhen Qingchen not be shocked? This abnormal brat was practically born to be a spirit seal master. Whether it was alchemy or seal arrays, he could master them all with just a little guidance, or even without any guidance. Looking at Zhen Qingchuan's shocked expression, Du Xiaofu glared viciously at Zhen Qingchen, saying, "Zhen Qingchen, you'd better give me an explanation." Zhen Qingchen came back to his senses. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Explanation? What explanation? Do you think I'm purposely messing with you? Isn't it?" Du Xiaofu was furious. "If you hadn't experienced it yourself, do you think you could have broken the formation so quickly? Do you think you could have comprehended it so quickly?" Zhen Qingchen asked Du Xiaofu. This. Du Xiaofu was stunned, and the anger in his eyes faded a little. Zhen Qingchen coldly snorted and said, "Humph, I don't teach mediocre people. Go to bed early tonight and continue to cultivate talisman arrays tomorrow. I'll strive to let you master your own set of talisman arrays as soon as possible so that you can break through as a talisman master soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Qingchen turned into a wave of energy and entered the small pagoda in Du Xiaofu's arms. Du Xiaofu was a little dazed. He scratched his head, and the anger in his eyes completely disappeared. Then he resentfully said, "Brother Qingchuan's words seem to make sense. I must have wronged him." After returning to the courtyard, Du Xiaofu took a bath and changed into a clean set of robes. The sky was already dark, so he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate the great One Soul mantra. He wanted to break through as a talisman master as soon as possible. The following days were the same. Du Xiaofu ran to the back of the mountain to practice talisman arrays during the day and cultivated the great One Soul mantra to strengthen his mental energy at night. Of course, the so-called practice talisman arrays was actually a talisman array set up by Zhen Qingchen every day. He threw Du Xiaofu into the array and let Du Xiaofu deal with it himself. It was inevitable that he would suffer. Every time, Du Xiaofu would inevitably be covered in dirt and miserable howls. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not know that Zhen Qingchen was deliberately trying to take revenge. In his heart, he was still very grateful to Zhen Qingchen. However, every day, Zhen Qingchen would be dumbfounded. Du Xiaofu's understanding of talisman arrays was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, Zhen Qingchen could not help but give a few pointers. 7 days passed by quickly, and it was dusk again. "Your progress is not bad. You should practice and comprehend more," Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu, and his eyes couldn't help but carry an expression of shock. Only he was the clearest about how great this abnormal kid's improvement in talisman formations had been during these 7 days. Even the talisman masters trained by the top forces outside might not be able to comprehend so much in 3 years. Of course, regarding this, Zhen Qingchen had absolute confidence in himself. The talisman masters trained by the top forces were naturally far inferior to the talisman masters he had personally taught. "Aren't we continuing tomorrow?" Du Xiaofu was still somewhat unsatisfied. These few days he was interested in talisman arrays. "Do you think I'm not tired of setting up a talisman array every day?" Zhen Qingchen glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "You need to breathe properly at night. You need to give me some xian qi to recover. When the time comes, you should properly comprehend the talisman arrays these few days. Some things are not good to be too anxious." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded. The next morning, when the xian qi in Du Xiaofu's body was at its most abundant, he poured it into the small pagoda. Finally, it was unceremoniously absorbed by Zhen Qingchen. After another round of breathing and recovery, it was already the next day. Phew! Spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu stood up. The pale golden light in his eyes converged, and his whole body was indescribably comfortable. "I wonder where the king-scaled demonic tiger went." After not seeing the king-scaled demonic tiger for several days, Du Xiaofu was somewhat worried. However, he was not worried about the king-scaled demonic tiger's safety. He was worried that something would happen after the king-scaled demonic tiger drank his blood. A moment later, just as Du Xiaofu was about to go to the back of the mountain to continue cultivating, he was stopped by the front yard's general manager. He said that his uncle had come looking for him twice. During the day he could not see him at all, so he came looking for him early in the morning. Du Xiaofu was puzzled. Then he went to his uncle's study and met with his two uncles. From his uncle Du Jixiong and uncle Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaofu learned that 2 days ago the Yi family had sent news that the Thunder demonic lion had recovered, and its poison had been completely removed. Therefore, they especially wanted the Yi family to thank them. But now that the Thunder demonic lion had entered seclusion, it seemed that it had obtained some kind of huge benefit. Perhaps there was a possibility of a breakthrough. However, once a beast reached the complete beast realm, it would take a long time to come out of seclusion. With the Thunder demonic lion recovering, Du Xiaofu was happy for it. His efforts had not been in vain. If the Thunder demonic lion could really improve its cultivation, then it would be able to step into the Beast King realm and become a king. At that time, the entire Stone City would benefit greatly. Du Jinwu wanted to give Du Xiaofu a large amount of pills and martial arts techniques from the Yi family, but Du Xiaofu did not accept them. He only chose some pills and put them away. The rest was useless to him. "Uncle, how is the Qin family and the Lao family?" Du Xiaofu thought of the Qin family and the Lao family. He believed that these two families would no longer be able to establish themselves in the Stone City. Du Jinwu's eyes slightly moved. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "We have discussed with the Yi family and the Bai family for a long time. In the end, we have decided to abolish the cultivation of all the Xiantian realm cultivators from the Lao family and the Qin family. We will confiscate all their properties and banish their entire families from the Stone City." Du Xiaofu did not say anything. This result was already the best for the Qin family and the Lao family. If the Yi family, Du family, and Bai family were a bit more ruthless, the result would not be so simple. The night was as dark as ink. Tonight, the moon was dim and the stars were bright in the grand hall. A thin old man looked at Chao Chi-tai with surprise in his eyes and said, "I did not expect the princess to recover so quickly. It seems like your cultivation has improved. Elder Hung, this time I have received help from a noble." Chao Chi-tai's tall body took 2 steps forward and then sat on a large chair. His thick arms shook and his bulging chest muscles were like rocks. He said to the thin old man, "Elder Hung, inform the 12 city lords of the Flowing Cloud County to gather in the Stone City in 3 days. I want to raze the Stone City to the ground and wash it with blood." The thin old man was surprised when he heard this. He said, "Princess, the Stone City is not simple. Last time you suffered a loss. Isn't it better to be cautious? I have received some news these days. It is said that the Thunder Lion appeared that day." "Kiki," Chao Tianmong sneered. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "The Thunder Lion is truly exhausted. I will not let the Stone City go." "Princess, the Thunder Lion is truly exhausted. Are you sure about this?" The skinny old man stared at Chao Tianmong intently. His eyes were burning with passion. "Of course I am sure." Chao Tianmong nodded. The 2 mysterious experts did not need to lie to him. This time, not only did he want to raze the Stone City to the ground to avenge that day, he also wanted to obtain the Thunder Lion's bones and blood essence. "Okay, I will get someone to arrange it." The thin old man nodded. "Elder Hung, come with me this time. With you, razing the Stone City to the ground will be easier." Chao Tianmong's eyes were gloomy. A wild aura fluctuated around him. "Okay." The thin old man nodded. His eyes were burning with passion. At the back mountain of the Du family, night fell. The bright moon hid behind the clouds, making the night dark. On a rock, Du Xiaofu's entire body was wrapped in a pale golden light. There was a faint power of thunder and lightning shuttling back and forth within it. This made Du Xiaofu secretly amazed. After stepping into the second level of the body transformation technique, the bone cutting and marrow cleansing, his body had become more and more powerful. However, Du Xiaofu had a headache when he thought about the prerequisites for bone washing and marrow cleansing. The first level of golden feather refining was still okay. He used spiritual herbs to strengthen his body. Now he had made some progress. At most, he would need to consume a lot of spiritual herbs. However, bone washing and marrow cleansing was far more than that. He needed to consume a lot of blood essence of demonic beasts. He had to swallow the blood essence of demonic beasts and use the violent energy contained in the blood essence to wash his bones and marrow. Of course, ordinary blood essence of demonic beasts was not enough. He had to use the blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. Chapter 102. The higher the level of a monstrous beast, the more effective its blood essence would be for cleansing one's bones. How perverse! Du Xiaofu laughed bitterly. Finding the blood essence of powerful monstrous beasts on the heavenly beast ranking was definitely not an easy task. With his current strength, it was practically courting death. Hence, Du Xiaofu could only set aside his body refinement technique for now. If he were to encounter a monstrous beast on the heavenly beast ranking, even if it was a cub, his only option would be to run for his life. The lightning power of the Thunder Lion's body combined with the Golden Rock's body refinement technique seems to be a little different. Immediately feeling the changes in his body, Du Xiaofu could feel some subtle changes within his body. These subtle changes had something to do with the lightning power of the Thunder Lion, causing his body to have an additional lightning power. However, the change in the power of lightning was not too great. Perhaps it was because the bloodline of the Thunder Lion was ultimately inferior to the bloodline of the Golden Winged Rock, so the change was naturally not too great. However, perhaps these subtle changes would be of great use in the future. Retracting his hand seal, the faint golden glow around his body disappeared. A thin streak of lightning shot into Du Xiaofu's clothes. It was too thin, and if one did not look carefully, one would not be able to see it at all. Du Xiaofu had unintentionally lowered his head, and because it was night, Du Xiaofu saw that the lightning did not return to his body along with the profound energy, but instead disappeared into a certain part of his clothes. With a look of surprise on his face, Du Xiaofu immediately fished out an item from his clothes. It was that strange beast bone. It was about the size of a palm, but difficult to grasp with one's hand. It was incomparably hard, and there were many traces of veins on its surface, as if they had penetrated deep into the beast bone. Du Xiaofu had already examined this beast bone many times. Other than the fact that this beast bone looked like it was half a piece and not complete, he had not discovered anything else. Although Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that this beast bone was extraordinary, he was unable to discover what was so special about it. However, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that some lightning had entered the beast bone. Could it be this beast bone is reacting to the power of lightning? Du Xiaofu muttered softly. With a thought, a strand of faint, golden, profound qi surged within the palm of his hand that held the beast bone. It was faintly accompanied by a strand of lightning that spread within it. Qi la la suddenly when the profound energy in Du Xiaofu's palm spread out along with the power of lightning. The beast bone that did not react finally reacted, as if it was alive. A wave of energy fluctuated, and then the profound energy in Du Xiaofu's palm was involuntarily absorbed by it. Suddenly, the Xian Qi in Du Xiaofu's body was completely out of his control. This beast bone suddenly became like a huge, ferocious beast, endlessly absorbing the Xian Qi in Du Xiaofu's body. How can this be? Not good! Du Xiaofu struggled in shock, but found that he was unable to break free from the beast bone in his hand. He could only watch as the Xian Qi in his body was absorbed by the beast bone. When Du Xiaofu felt that the Xian Qi in his body had been completely absorbed by the beast bone in his palm, the beast bone finally changed again. There were many traces of veins on the surface of the beast bone, and at this moment they began to fluctuate. Then a dazzling light erupted from the beast bone, gradually erupting like a dazzling sun. It was accompanied by mysterious runes that surged out like a tide, making it impossible for one to look directly at it. Walala! The dazzling light that spread out from within the beast bone instantly wrapped around Du Xiaofu. A strange power within it caused Du Xiaofu to be wrapped up without any resistance, as if it wanted to isolate him from the surrounding space. This strange change made Du Xiaofu feel a lingering fear, no matter how bold he was. However, at this moment, everything was no longer up to him. He could only watch helplessly as the light wrapped around the incomparably tough beast bone, before it crumbled inch by inch under the dazzling light, finally turning into fragments. Swish, swish! Then, the mysterious runes on the talismans flickered, and finally turned into ancient runes of divine light that directly swept into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. A powerful force impacted his mind, causing Du Xiaofu's soul to feel a piercing pain, and directly causing Du Xiaofu to lose consciousness. In a daze, Du Xiaofu seemed to have entered a dreamland. There was a dazzling divine light, and the mysterious runes on the talismans flickered. The mysterious runes on the talismans finally turned into a series of unfamiliar runes, which Du Xiaofu had never seen before. But for some reason, at this moment, Du Xiaofu recognized all of these unfamiliar runes. The Tao of heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. Heaven and earth, sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, for seasons, male and female, hard and soft, movement and stillness. All things are divided into yin and yang. The Tao of life uses yin and yang to nourish the bones, meridians, bones, back, 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and even 7 damages and 8 benefits. Within the body, there is no one that does not conform to the Tao of yin and yang. Man and heaven and earth are related, and the Tao of heaven and earth corresponds to the Tao of heaven and earth. The unfamiliar runes were like dazzling ancient runes that bloomed like fireworks in Du Xiaofu's mind, and finally seemed to completely merge into his mind. It caused an unprecedented swelling pain in Du Xiaofu's mind, as if his mind was about to explode. These unfamiliar runes seemed to be imprinted in his mind and could not be removed. Heaven and earth see man as a mayfly, and the great Tao sees heaven and earth as a bubble. Only the true nature of the origin spirit surpasses the origin spirit, and its essence disappears along with heaven and earth. However, as long as the origin spirit exists, it is infinite, and it is born from heaven and earth. If you want to see the origin spirit, you must first see the light of the origin spirit. This light is the light of the origin spirit, and without light it is difficult to find the origin spirit of the origin spirit. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could not help but silently recite the unfamiliar runes in his mind. As these unfamiliar runes were recited, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the intense pain in his mind began to ease quite a bit. It was as if there was an enormous amount of energy from heaven and earth that surged into his mind as he recited the unfamiliar runes. Reciting these unfamiliar runes could relieve the pain, and Du Xiaofu immediately recited them continuously. The unfamiliar runes seemed to come alive, as if they were expanding his mind, and immediately caused Du Xiaofu to feel unbearable pain, as if his mind was about to be torn apart. In the courtyard of the Du residence, Du Tingshuan's eyes were hazy as he sat on a rattan chair, and the smell of alcohol filled the air. Chi. Suddenly, Du Tingshuan's eyes flickered as he sat on the rattan chair. He looked towards the back of the mountain of the Du residence, as if he felt a special fluctuation coming from the back of the mountain. In the Du residence's hidden martial arts tower, night was shrouded. On the roof of the 3-story palace building, a shabbily dressed, white-haired, and sloppy old man looked towards the back of the mountain of the Du residence. His wrinkled face moved slightly, and then his figure disappeared into thin air. The next day, the darkness before dawn had just passed. It was not yet sunrise, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. It was a beautiful and boundless moment. In the deep and slightly white sky, there were a few faintly discernible remnant stars. The mountain range was shrouded in a mysterious light, and in the eastern horizon, the edge of the mountain range revealed a bronze horizon on a rock in the back of the mountain of the Du residence. Du Xiaofu's body was shrouded in a mysterious white light. The white light was like a divine light, and it emitted a pressure. When the white light disappeared, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His face was filled with shock, but soon after he seemed to feel some kind of change in his body. His mouth formed a circle in astonishment, and he was unable to recover for a long time. 3-star Talisman Master. I am a 3-star Talisman Master. After a long time, Du Xiaofu jumped up, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, after feeling the changes in his Naiwen Palace and the increase in his mental strength, Du Xiaofu carefully checked for a long time, and still confirmed that he had directly reached the 3-star Talisman Master Realm in the Talisman Master Realm. Unknowingly, in a night's time, he had jumped from the initial level of a 2-star Talisman Master to the Mysterious, Nirvana, and Complete levels, directly to the initial level of a 3-star Talisman Master. How could Du Xiaofu not be surprised that he had jumped a whole realm? However, his current cultivation in the Talisman Master realm had mysteriously reached the level of a 3-star Talisman Master. As for how he had broken through, Du Xiaofu himself had no idea. After carefully inspecting everything in his body, Du Xiaofu immediately discovered that his body had also undergone many changes. It seemed that his marrow and tendons had been cleansed again, but it did not come from the marrow and bones in his body, but from the Naiwen Palace in his mind. The Naiwen Palace in his mind, which was originally extremely strong, had undergone another transformation, and his mental strength was exceptionally abundant. It seemed that his mental strength also contained some mysterious changes, causing his mental strength to emit an ancient and vicissitude aura. Beast bone. It must be that beast bone. A moment later, Du Xiaofu calmed down from his shock. Recalling all the changes, he concluded that the problem must have stemmed from the mysterious beast bone. That indestructible mysterious beast bone had already collapsed and disappeared, and even the unfamiliar characters that had been left in his mind had disappeared. However, Du Xiaofu was able to memorize those unfamiliar runes in his mind. Although he could not explain those changes, Du Xiaofu was clear that the beast bone was definitely a treasure, and he had felt it at the beginning. No matter what, Du Xiaofu had actually made such a huge progress in the Talisman Master realm. After being shocked, he was indescribably happy. Becoming a Talisman Master at the initial level of a 3-star Talisman Master was equivalent to becoming a martial warrior at the initial level of the Pulse realm. Moreover, he was still in the complete Xiantian realm, and had not yet reached the Pulse realm. Therefore, it could be said that his current cultivation level as a Talisman Master was already higher than the level of martial arts. The Stone City was as peaceful as usual. In the next 2 days, Du Xiaofu's mind was focused on the mysterious, unfamiliar characters. Chapter 103. Du Xiaofu discovered that the shaky characters could be a type of martial arts technique. This martial arts technique encompassed a wide range of meanings, as if it contained the mysteries of all things in the world. Cultivating according to the shaky characters, Du Xiaofu discovered that he could actually cultivate his spiritual power. The effects were even stronger than the great One Soul mantra that Jin Qingchen had taught him, and not just by a little bit. This made Du Xiaofu even more delighted. In 2 days' time, cultivating according to the shaky characters, he had completely stabilized his Talisman Master level at the level of a 3-star Talisman Master. At the same time, Du Xiaofu discovered that as he reached the level of a 3-star Talisman Master, his spiritual power had greatly increased, and his mastery of talisman arrays had also improved greatly. It was another dusk. The setting sun had set, and the silvery gray evening dew enveloped the Stone City. The first step of a 3-star Talisman Master, you've broken through to the level of a 3-star Talisman Master. When Zhen Qingchen once again emerged from the small pagoda, seeing the aura rippling from Du Xiaofu's body, his inverted triangular eyes were so wide that they were about to pop out. He stared at Du Xiaofu as if he had seen a ghost. His jaw dropped, his face full of shock. I just cultivated and broke through. Du Xiaofu smiled shamelessly. Zhen Qingchen was no fool. He immediately shook his head and looked at Du Xiaofu, saying, "No, something must have happened to you. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to break through so quickly. Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Jin Qingchen, and then told Jin Qingchen about the beast bone. In the end, at Zhen Qingchuan's strong request, he translated all the shaky characters for Zhen Qingchen to hear. Earth sees man as a mayfly. The great Tao sees heaven and earth as a bubble. Only the true nature of the primordial spirit surpasses the primordial spirit, and its essence disappears along with heaven and earth. But as long as the primordial spirit exists, it is limitless, Zhen Qingchen muttered softly. His illusory figure seemed to have entered a certain state. Divine white light began to spread from his illusory body. After a long time, the white divine radiance around the illusory figure dissipated. Zhen Qingchen was even more shocked. He looked at Du Xiaofu, took a deep breath, and said, "Kid, you're going to be rich." "What do you mean?" Du Xiaofu raised his head and asked. "I don't know what exactly you got." Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. His wretched eyes flickered as he said, "It might be a mid-grade heaven-level cultivation method or above, and it might even be a mid-grade heaven-level cultivation method that specializes in cultivating mental power. But I'm sure it's just a fragment, not the entire thing." A mid-grade heaven-tier cultivation technique? Du Xiaofu was overjoyed when he heard this. Cultivation methods were divided into heaven-level cultivation methods, earth-level cultivation methods, black-level cultivation methods, and yellow-level cultivation methods. Each cultivation method was further divided into 3 sublevels: primary, middle, and high. Heaven-level cultivation methods were already legendary existences. One could imagine how precious a mid-grade heaven-level cultivation method was. Yes, I'm sure it's a mid-grade heaven-level cultivation method that specializes in cultivating mental power. But it also contains countless profound meanings that I've seen in my life. Zhen Qingchuan's eyes trembled. He couldn't help but be jealous of this abnormal kid in front of him. He had cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged roc, so his talent as a talisman master was abnormal. At this moment, he had randomly obtained a set of skills that were all heaven tier, middle tier, and above. That was even higher than the skills he was cultivating. It was as if all the benefits in the world had been obtained by this perverted bastard alone. Any one of the heaven-level cultivation methods was enough to make those super experts come out and fight for them. It was difficult for those top forces to have heaven-level cultivation methods. Heaven-level cultivation techniques only existed in legends. Perhaps only those legendary ancient aristocratic families would have heaven-level cultivation techniques. Then this thing should be worth a lot of money, right? Du Xiaofu smiled. It seemed that his luck was really good. He could casually find a heaven-level cultivation method in the martial arts repository. Worth a lot of money. Zhen Qingchen couldn't wait to slap this kid to death. A heaven-level cultivation method was actually valued by this kid with money. Don't tell anyone about this incomplete heaven-level cultivation method. If it's leaked, I guarantee that the most terrifying experts in the world will come out and destroy you. Zhen Qingchen glared at Du Xiaofu and warned him. Du Xiaofu's body trembled. He naturally understood the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. Then he looked weakly at Zhen Qingchen and said, "Brother Qingchen, if I tell you, you won't harm your brother for this incomplete heaven-level cultivation method, right? I really want to slap you to death, you bastard." Zhen Qingchen spat at Du Xiaofu, then coldly snorted and said, "Humph, although your cultivation method is good, it's still incomplete. And my cultivation method is not bad either. It's also extremely special. Once you cultivate it, it's impossible to change it. I also can't give up the cultivation method that I'm currently cultivating." "Is that so?" Du Xiaofu's eyebrows twitched. "But this incomplete cultivation method of yours is also very useful to me. Wait for me to properly comprehend it. Maybe I'll have a good harvest. You should cultivate according to this cultivation method in the future. Although the great One Soul mantra is good, it can't be compared to this incomplete cultivation method in terms of mental energy. Zhen Qingchen said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and then chatted with Zhen Qingchen about a lot of knowledge about symbol arrays. The sky was completely dark, and the curtain of night shrouded the sky. Only then did they return to the courtyard. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Du Xiaofu cultivated according to the incomplete cultivation method in a somewhat shaky manner. Each of the shaky characters that appeared in his mind could bring about energy fluctuations. This kind of fluctuation was extremely beneficial to the growth of mental energy. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body was also enveloped in a kind of white divine light. The energy fluctuations around his body made people's souls tremble. Stone City's night was quiet, except for those places of pleasure in the city. The fluctuations caused by the removal of the Qin and Si clans from the city gradually subsided. After all, it didn't affect anyone else. Moreover, the Yi clan had an absolute reputation in Stone City. The removal of the Qin and Si clans was a normal thing in everyone's eyes. In the early morning, the sunlight gradually revealed various colors of purple, blue, and green. The first ray of light from the rising sun had never been seen before. It was as bright red as today's, as if it was blood. In an instant, a fireball soared into the sky. The light and shadow changed constantly. From the sky, hundreds of light pillars shot down into the morning of Stone City. Boom, boom, boom. In the early morning sky above Stone City, a muffled thunderous sound suddenly exploded, rolling endlessly. What happened? Not good. This is Stone City's early warning. A strong enemy is coming. Stone City hasn't been attacked for hundreds of years. How could there be such a strong enemy? Let's go take a look. A thunderous alarm rang out, and everyone in the Stone City woke up from their dreams and crawled out of their beds. Whoosh! Countless figures rushed out and squeezed onto the streets. The eyes of the entire city were also cast towards the sky. The Yi clan seems to be making a big move. The Bai family and the Du family seem to have made a move as well. The thousands of people in the Stone City looked at each other. In the direction of the Yi, Du, and Bai families, huge white flames rose up. These three families seem to be moving. Citizens of the Stone City, listen up. Today, a strong enemy is coming to the Stone City. When the nest is destroyed, there are no eggs left unscathed. If the skin is gone, where can the hair be attached? All cultivators, join the three great clans to resist and overcome this crisis together. City, Lord Yi Baolin's voice reverberated throughout the entire city, and the sound waves rolled out. There really is a strong enemy coming. Hearing Yi Baolin's voice, the entire Stone City was in an uproar. Many citizens' faces turned pale. In the Du family, Du Xiaofu, who was cultivating, was already awakened. He hurried to the main hall of the Du family and found that the entire Du family was gathered. The experts of the Du family were already in the main hall. Everyone's gaze was solemn. Eldest uncle, second uncle. Du Xiaofu went to Du Jinwu and Du Zhixiong's side. Xiaofu, you came at the right time. There is news from outside the city that Chao Tianmeng from the Flowing Cloud County is leading 12 city lords and an army of 50,000. I'm afraid it's not good for the Stone City. You have to be careful and pay attention to your safety. After Du Jinwu finished speaking, he hurriedly left the main hall with the experts of the Du family. Chao Tianmeng. Du Xiaofu furrowed his brows and followed closely behind the experts of the Du family. As the Du family disciples and guards of the Du family rushed to the walls of the Stone City. The Stone City was a small border town. One side was close to the savage Beast Mountain Range, and there was only one other city gate. When Du Xiaofu followed the experts of the Du family to the top of the city wall, the experts of the Yi family and the Bai family also happened to arrive. No one had time to exchange greetings. After nodding slightly, they all looked outside the tightly shut city gate. Outside the tightly shut city gate, tens of thousands of people were standing in an orderly manner. At the front, There were many powerful demonic beast mounts that looked majestic and ferocious. The auras of the experts at the front were shocking. There were no less than 100 pulsating realm cultivators and even more Sciention realm cultivators. The auras of the dozen people at the front were even more powerful. They were probably at the complete pulsating realm or above. There were probably a few who had just ascended to the pulse spirit realm. In the middle, there was a tall and muscular man riding a gale snow horse. It was Chao Tianmong. Everyone in the Stone City, listen up. Hand over the thunder demonic lion's blood essence and open the city gate. Otherwise, I will raze your little stone city to the ground. Chao Tianmong lifted his head slightly to look at the figures flashing across the city walls. His cold voice was mixed with vigorous, profound energy, and it reverberated through the entire stone city like thunder, echoing in every corner of the stone city. It is indeed Chao Tianmong. His injuries seemed to have recovered. On the city wall, Du Xiaofu looked at Chao Tianmong from afar. He felt that Chao Tianmong's aura seemed to be stronger than it was 10 days ago. Chao Tianmong, how dare you invade the stone city? Yi Guang shouted. It was a pity that Lei Zu was in seclusion. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of Chao Tianmong. The third watch has arrived. Continue to erupt. Please support us.